blood keeps on flowing. No, not today. I wouldn't wish for trouble. I cannot see that I feel afraid that it all fall and ruin and rubble. This love we hope not growing, then I can see that changing. All do you feel it now? What I told you about, do you feel it now? My heart, how will keep going. While our blood keeps on flowing. How will keep going.
Amin, are you there?
Blood keeps on flowing.
Amin, are you there?
Steve, Vincent here.
Hello.
Steve, hello.
Yes.
I think Elsie's away at the moment. Is there anything you need help with?
No, just to confirm I can have share function.
I think I'll need Elsie to set you as a co-host. Give me a moment.
Okay.
I think she's definitely some stuff first.
Okay. Vincent, I think I can have share profile, share files already.
Oh, can already, yeah? Okay.
Okay. So I shall take over right now, is it?
I think we maybe wait a while more. It's
Okay,
not
okay.
done yet now. Just wait for more people to come in.
Right. Hi everybody. Good evening everyone. I think everybody can hear me loud and clear. Before I can start anything, I just put a Zoom message. All right, can everybody hear me loud and clear? Okay, first few minutes, let's settle down with our administration work because we have a lot of participants. So you bear with me for a while. Okay, I just mentioned to every single one here that I have a website for all of you to log in. So please do not type hi. Everybody will have problem looking at my website. So we stop the message for a moment. So I give you some rules and regulation what to do right now. So everybody, please do not type anything at the Zoom chat first. Okay. So first, everyone, please go to this website that I have just given you. Just give me a second. I retype all over again. Okay, I'll just hang on. Okay, so I just type out the website, and there is this code number for today's tutorial, right? Please key in that code number. So I will be waiting for the rest to come in before I actually start this session. So I'm waiting people to log in. Where's the website? Cannot see the message. Okay, hang on. This is the website. Hang on. Slowly. Hang on. Please. The 200 of you, please do not type anything on the Zoom message. You will become a very big, very messy over the 200 of you. So please key in this website. I retype the website again. All right. Go to this website. I'm going to give you the code number. Please log in right now. Please log in right now. Okay. One of the tutorial session, we are going to use this Kahoot to go through. Of course, later on, if you don't have the files, I'm going to send you the files for some of the questions. Everybody able to log in already?
Yes. Steve, you want to share screen just for the website and the, the ID? I think it's easier for everyone, especially for those who are coming in. Yeah.
Okay, I thought I had couldn't share the screen. I forgot. Okay. Thanks for reminding.
No problem.
This is the share screen. All right, everybody, please kindly go to this website. Okay, key in this number 3926163. Is there any material for today? No, the material I think has been provided by SEA in your hard copy notes. But anyway, I'm going to send out the file one more time, so you just be patient shortly. Administrator, can we start or we still have to wait?
Steve, let me check with Elsie. One moment.
Okay, thanks. If all of you are having your soft copy notes, right, doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to send you one file for all of you later. So just be patient for a while. I will send it out shortly once all the admin is clear. Meanwhile, please log in to this website.
Okay, Steve, I think we are okay to just start. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, good evening, everybody. For the sake of everyone, please go through this website. SEAA just give you a PIN number. I need all of you to go through this so that we can participate and go through the tutorials. Okay, the first part is to going through this so-called like a game. So please go through this website, log in. Once everybody log in, I will start the class. So currently, I only have 196 participants logged in, but I have 250 of you. So if you are going through the tutorials, right, I suggest you try and log in first, and I'll wait for all the 250 plus of you then I'll start the questions. All right, so bear with me for another few more minutes. I'm waiting for all the rest of you to log in. All right. Meanwhile, I also have sent out a file to all of you. So in case some of you did not receive any doc material for tonight tutorial session, I have just sent out already. All right, I've just sent out already. Okay, so we can prepare to start the class shortly. 227 of you. All right, I'm thinking of starting the class already since we have 280 of you already, 228 of you already logged in. So I believe we can officially start the class. So meanwhile, you can key in this code to log into your lesson. Okay, now let's start with our tonight's tutorial. I put it up in the Zoom chat. If you got it from your Zoom chat, you will open up, there's a file which I have just attached. All right. Zoom chat. Okay, so let's start with and begin our tutorial session. And these are some of the questions that we are going to go through. In case you are not able to kickstart. So now I start the program. So now you should see the website. You can play the game. Let's go through the first question together. Right, while I'll wait for the rest to log in. Kindly do not, okay, since some of you want to get the files from me, please do not type so that everybody stop the message, Zoom message right now. I'm going to send the file. So I need a cooperation for all of you, the 200 of you. Just stop for a moment, do not type anything. Then I'm going to send out the file right now. All right, so please do not type anything right now. I'm going to send out the file from the Zoom chat. From the Zoom chat, I repeat, I send out from the Zoom chat. Can everybody see right now? Look at your Zoom chat. Did you receive? Please do not type anything yet. Please don't type anything so that the rest of them can download and see the file. All right, meanwhile, please participate the game that you are playing right now. Okay. My first question, which I'm going to test all of you right now, is an incorporeal heritage, is part of land? Okay, Are we ready to kickstart? I'm waiting for the rest. How come still can't see the files? Doesn't matter any kind. So if you have problems, there's a file already attached to everyone in the Zoom chat. Please do not type again. Let me try and send out one more time. Do not type any Zoom chat files at this moment. Zoom message, not message. Do not key in anything. I'm going to send out a PDF file one more time. All right, I'm going to send out a PDF file one more time. If you are logging in through handphone, definitely you can't see. You need a computer to go through it and download the files. Okay. All right. So are we ready? I believe we can kickstart already, right? So please settle down. And I think more importantly, in case some of you still can't receive the file, please stand by your own notes, because majority of the notes I am going to go through is through your notes. Those questions that I'm going to put up is going to go through your notes. All right. So meanwhile, you can play the games that we have I've just created for you tonight. This will be our lesson that we are going to use, okay, to go through it. All right. My first question, the file is only on case study, correct? Nothing much is about the case study. The rest is on this online game that we have created for you, but you need to practice. Okay. So I have 168 of you reply that this question is true. 59 of you reply is false. Now, if you have given the answer, this is my loudest voice. I can put it up. I didn't talk. Can't you guys hear me? Yes. Can everybody hear me loud and clear? Yes. Okay, great. Now, I set the rule first. Please, not to, just to highlight. Okay, now, if you have question regarding your RES methods, please type at your question and answer that box. All right, please type it over there, because this Zoom chat, there will be keep on people typing messages, and a lot of time we can't scroll and get the information. All right, so only when you cannot hear me, then you need to go to the Zoom chat and tell me. Okay, now, so if you have questions, anything got to do with your exam question, please type it in your question and answer menu, and I will answer from that. All right, I'll answer from that. So do take note on that. Okay, so we're gonna clear all the message boxes first. Okay, so do not type anything on your Zoom chat unless you can't hear me. All right, let's anyway, SEAA has already put up a file for you in a Zoom chat. Okay, so you can go and look at it. And for some of you who want to log in this online, we also just send you the key code. Okay, now, first question, let's go through it together. Let's go through it together. Incorporeal heritagements, is it part of the land? The answer is true. Now, if you have studied your exam, if you have studied for your exam, this is the topic found in your lesson number 3. All right, this is found in your lesson number 3, in case you do not remember what is happening. So I'm going to share it right now.
Sorry, Steve. On my end, it seems like also your voice is getting softer for some reason. Yeah.
Remember, we have gone through this in class. We have mentioned that the land definition includes heritagements, right? Land definition include heritagements. So do take note on that. Getting softer. Now,
yeah, Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, okay. Because I think earlier I tried talking, but you couldn't hear me on my end, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, so it was getting softer at that earlier point of time, but now it seems to be fine. Yeah, now it's back to the usual volume.
The usual volume.
Yeah, I'll just monitor for you just in case.
Just monitor for me, in case anything happen. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's continue. So the questions about is heritage a land? The answer is yes, because it's already being defined in this first lesson 3. What is land? Land include fixtures, heritagements, and estate. All right. Always remember this sentence beside all these that we have covered in class before. Okay. So that's the first question. Oh, by the way, I have prepared 11 true and false question. So the first question is an appetizer for all of you. So the second question that we are going to go through onwards up to question 11, how I gauge whether you were having difficulty or you were able to handle the exam question. These 10 questions will tell me an answer later. All right. So if you can answer 8 out of 10 correct, then I think you were able to handle the exam. So that's how I gauge it. So let's try our next question. Okay, let's try our next question. I have started the next question. Go to the website. We are still at the Kahoot, so this is the second question, so I'm going to phrase it. Okay, everybody has answered the questions already, to 200 plus of you. And let's start our next lesson, next question. Now, the next question asks, fixture can be a personal item. Now, I'm still waiting. Okay. Surprisingly, 139 of you answer wrongly for this question. By now, you should realize that fixtures itself is never a personal item. This was also mentioned in your lesson when on this particular slide. Just give me a second. Here. Now, in your lesson slides, this page, it has already mentioned that it has already mentioned that this fixture, it is a personal item originally that was attached to the land. It was attached to the land. And therefore, Therefore, it loses its characteristics as a chattel. Chattel is referring to personal item. Personal item. Can't hear me again. How can that be? Hello, everybody can hear me loud and clear. Can, right? Okay, shouldn't have any problem. Quite soft. I didn't do anything on my end. Echo. A lot of feedback. Echo. Okay, you hang on. Let me
it's a little bit softer than your usual.
Mic test, mic test. Everybody can hear.
Steve, we can hear you. However, there's like
actually loud,
there's
got echo.
Yeah, there are a lot of echoes.
I didn't do anything. How come there's an echo?
Oh, Steve, do you want to try leave the webinar and join back again?
Just keep moving around away. Okay, anyway, I will just keep on talking. So in case anything happened, then you guys let me know. I didn't do anything at all. In fact, I was in stationary. Neither was my mic was moving. Now, so as I mentioned again, question number two is stated very clearly that fixtures is original. Originally, it was a personal item, but they loses it because it was attached to the land permanently, and therefore it becomes a fixture. It becomes part of the land. It's no longer a personal item. All right, no longer a personal item. Okay, so never mind if your Kahoot is not working, it's fine. Anyway, I will display the questions for all of you. Okay, so don't get so panicked. You haven't taken exam yet. I will show you these questions later. If your Kahoot can't get anything. Okay, so anyway, I already stand by for that. But more importantly, listen to the question and the explanation. All right, if you are taking exam, these are more important. All right, now, next. There was a question raised by your classmate. If a fixtures like an item, a machinery that is installed by the tenant, isn't it is considered a personal item? Now, a very good question. First, a fixture in law. Charmaine asked this question. I think if you guys read the Q&A session, right, you guys, she raised a very important question. I'm going to give an answer. Listen carefully in preparing for your exam. Number one, under the law, if the examiner use this English word fixture, it will not include any machineries that is installed on the piece of land, on the wall, on the ceiling, on the floor by the tenant, because that item, that machinery is called tenant fixture or trade fixtures. So if you have been going through the topic, we have mentioned, especially some of you are my students, right? I have shown you this example before about a BMW car maker install their machine. When they install their machines, these are called tenant fixtures. Tenant fixtures are not fixtures. Put a remark. Tenant fixtures are not fixtures. And therefore, tenant's fixtures is considered a personal item. Now, based on your question that you raised, if the exam question were to put fixture like that, a general sentence like that, this fixtures is the meaning as defined in the law. It doesn't include tenants or trade fixture. All right, so that's the first thing I would like to highlight. Next, another question asked by Ziwen. The question was, how about the TV connector between the wall and the TV? Now, usually TV connector, it is not a fixture. It is part of the TV. It is part of the TV. It is part of the TV. Where can you see the question? There was a Q&A panel. in your Zoom. So you can refer from that. Somebody type a question, I just answer from that. All right. Looks like I think the 286 of you are in panic mode right now. Starting from the first few minutes, cannot log into Kahoot. All this can show how panic you are. I think you better panic is how to learn and master your topics first. All right, more important. Okay, so I have answered the questions here. TV connector means the TV wall mount or the wire connector. When you talk about TV connector, I'm referring to the wire connector. If it is a wall mount TV, it should be described as a wall mount TV. If it is describing as a cable panel, then it should be the wall mount cable panel. All right, that is a question raised by Andrew. That's a question raised by Andrew. All right, any question? So the wall mount is a fixture? Yes, depends. Now, if you ask me these questions, it shows that you have not mastered your 2 tests that you are supposed to learn for testing a fixtures or not. The famous 2 tests, everybody by now should know. One is called degree of annexation. The other one is called purpose of annexation. Now, whether your TV, wall mount TV today, whether it is a fixture or not, it depends on these 2 tests. All right, it depends on these 2 tests. Now, by now, I think some of you should know. I think we have gone through one example before, so I'm going to use this as an example again. Pardon me if you are my student, we have gone through this before. Now, I have mentioned in class, assuming today Tiananmen Square is put up for sale, and there was a photograph, take note, it was not wall-mounted. The photograph of Mao Zedong, the first chairman of People's Republic of China, it was hanged on the wall. All right, it was hanged on the wall. Is this photograph a fixture or a fittings? Now, if you remember these 2 tests, your lecturer should have told you, if you have taught by me worse and you forgot, you will get a knock from my head for this. First, degree of annexation says if the item is fixed, it remains as a fixture. If the item is movable and can rest on its own weight, it becomes a chattel. So for that degree of annexation, that as that picture, it becomes a chattel because it's movable. You can carry around, move around, right? But one test is not enough. We got to go through our second test called purpose of annexation. Now, purpose of annexation, there is one test stated very clearly. If this particular item today, this item becomes, just give me a change mind. It becomes an integral part of the property. Then it will become a fixture, right? There is a test mentioned about this before. It becomes a fixture. Now, so back to that topic. This photograph, the question is it an integral part of Tiananmen Square? Is it an integral part of Tiananmen Square? Right? Now, the answer is, it is a part of Tiananmen Square. It is an integral part. Therefore, when I were to sell away Tiananmen Square building, this photograph becomes a fixture. This photograph becomes a fixture. Therefore, just now regarding your TV, the TV question, is the TV an integral part of the property? You got to ask this question yourself. So if you gave me a general question, is a TV part of a integral part of property? I will say no. But if today we are selling MediaCorp, inside MediaCorp got a lot of TV attached to the wall. Then, or never attached to the wall, then I can say that this TV are integral part of the property. All right. So this is how you answer your question. So it depends. Are you asking me a general question or you're asking a specific ones? So this is something you need to take note of. Now, so Andrew asking this question, that means, is there a greater weight given on either the two tests? By now, you should know. Your lecturers should have mentioned to you, if I am your lecturer, I should have told you that you have to go through these two tests. Eventually, purpose of annexation will give you the final conclusion, whether this item is a fixture or not. So that is the part. Now, I want to explain these are your exam. Fixture question, at least you will have 5 questions from your exam. Be very, very careful. Make sure you have mastered the topic very, very clearly, and you know the theory, and you must know how to apply. All right. So I think I'm quite glad some of you managed to answer the question correctly. All right, answer the question correctly. So these are the overview of that. These are the overview of that. Okay, any other questions? Next, is an escalator considered as a heritament? Very good question. It was an exam question. So, okay, since you raised that, let's go back a little bit and revise. Remember, when you encounter this word heritements is fall under here. Heritements got 2 types. Okay, let's revise a bit. In case you don't understand this, let's revise a bit. A property itself today, when you buy, you don't just buy the physical property where you can feel and touch. The physical property, you are calling it as corporeal heritements. The non-physical one is called incorporeal heritements. The word heritament means it is an object that can be transferred from a party A to a party B. That is the meaning of the heritament. So, a question is, if I am selling away my shopping center to you, inside my shopping center got an escalator. Is an escalator a corporeal or incorporeal heritement? So you should have answered it is a corporeal heritement, provided it is part of the property. Provided it is part of property. By right, the actual answer, escalator should become a fixture. But nowadays, in the modern days, is part of the property. It's part of the property. So it can be a corporeal heritements. All right. So that is the question raised by Sida. So this is my answer to you. All right. Okay. So we are done with this this topic. Next, let's move on to my question 3. In case some of you don't have your Kahoot, right? So now I let you guys continue your Kahoot. You can answer your question 3 right now. So, question 3. Question 3 is asking, license is a proprietary right. Is it true or false? Is it true or false? Which I'm showing in your Zoom right now. While those of you don't have Kahoot, of course, you can try and practice this at home. So let's look at whether is it true or false. Of course, you can answer it in your Kahoot, right? And meanwhile, if you have related questions, then you can ask. Okay. Send the PDF file again. May need my administrator to help. Yeah, thank you very much, our admin. I think you send to the panelists, not to everyone. Can you send it to everyone? Okay,
no worries. I'll post it out again.
Okay, let's start. Is license a proprietary rights? Now, when you look at this question like that, first you must know proprietary rights is none other than what we call proprietary interest. In simple English, it is called property interest. So, very surprisingly, I suppose to ask every one of you should be answering this question correctly, but I have 100% answer this question wrongly. Now, let's go through it. Let's go through it. First, the answer for this question, license is a proprietary right. The answer is false. All right, the answer is false. It is not a proprietary rights. Let's revise what is actually a proprietary rights first. Now, remember your lecturers or myself, we would have tell you that the English word proprietary rights is called property rights. All right, it's called property rights. The word rights actually means interest. This English word interest. Now, proprietary rights actually means interest in land. Interest in land. So whoever owned the land got the legal interest of the land. That is the meaning. That is the meaning. All right, that is the meaning. Now, so therefore, when we learn about this topic license, sorry, so you just give me a second. When we learn about this license, where you lesson 7. Sorry, just give me a second. Lesson 7. Here. Now, when you learn your lesson 7, all right, lesson 7, license are generally a permission to do what? Permission to use the property. Permission. Take note. In your notes already say, whenever you have a license which is called a licensee, you have no proprietary rights. So generally, license, it is not a legal interest. It is not a proprietary interest. It is not a proprietary rights. Please take note, I'm talking about the same thing. Generally, what are they? They are just a permission which was not found in your land. It has to be created one. Those interests usually, or those rights, are found on the land. Legally, I'm referring to legally. All right, I'm referring to legally. So that is the next part. That's the next part. Okay, so okay, let's move on to our next question. Meanwhile, those of you can play your Kahoot again. All right. The next question comes is question number 4. A person renting a property can be a licensee, but a licensee cannot become a tenant. New user, I have a new user right now, but if you can't play the Kahoot, it's fine. You guys just continue whatever whatever you have. Sorry, I think I accidentally pressed wrongly and then on that. But anyway, if you can't use Kahoot, fine. Also, anyway, accidentally press on it. I flash the question. I think more important is flash the question. Kahoot is to make sure, let me understand who will pass and who will fail. How many people will pass and fail this exam? Just give me a statistics. Okay. Sorry for ending the question earlier, which I accidentally pressed on it. Now, let's go back to our this topic right now. Now, some of you start to reply on the Zoom chat, right? Okay, never mind, doesn't matter. Now, this question is a bit tricky. This question is a bit tricky. Your exam question will be something like that. All the exam questions, their sentences are very tricky. So let's look at this. How are we going to interpret this sentence? A person renting a property today can be a licensee, but a licensee can be a licensee, but a licensee cannot be a tenant. Echo again. I didn't do anything, leh. Can everybody hear me loud and clear? I did not do anything, like I was in stationery. Yes. Echo. Hang on, give me a second. Still got echo. Give me a second. Perhaps the first thing I would like to ask is, can all of you, maybe you all put it yourself in mute? Maybe that could be one problem. On my end, I'm trying to do some adjustment. You just give me a second first. Let me see what's my technical problem on my end. If I leave, I will never able to enter. Better not. So just give me a second. Just hang on. Okay, let me try again. I would like some of you to give me a response. Would you able to hear me clearly? Is there any echo? Everybody say loud and clear. No echo. Okay, good. I will try one more time. Okay. Everybody can stop replying already. Thank you. Everybody can hear me loud and clear. Good enough. All right. So, where am I? Oh yes, let's go back to that particular topic. Now, first, before I start this question, right, I'm going to do a test with all of you first. I'm going to do some typing, and I need at least a few of you give me an answer. If a person to rent a property, who can he be? That's my first question for all of you. Who can he be? Okay. So, some people give me funny answers. Student. I'm not talking about student. Now, first answer, somebody said, oh, when a person rent a property, he could be a tenant one. Okay, good. Then some of you say, hey, he don't just be a tenant. He could be a licensee. All right, fine. Now, I am looking for another one more word. I'm looking for another one more word. Subtenant. Okay, fine. I can give it to you. You are also right. It could be subtenant. Okay, I give it to you. No problem. Beside that, landlord. No. Wait, maybe I should add a person renting a property is known as. This is the question I want to highlight in case. Very good. From, I think, this lady by the name called Pauling and Zahar Free, right? And Jaylee, sorry. Now, there is another person when they rent a property, right, he could be a lessee. All right, he could be a lessee. Now, so these are the 4 types of person when they are renting a property, right? Right? Now, for Sisi says that, hey, it can be an occupier leh. Renting a property as an occupier is equal to this person. Hang on, since you mentioned this, I will draw an arrow to make you clear. An occupier is none other than what I call a licensee. Simple as that. A licensee is just a fella who got permission to use the property. All right. So a person renting a property is known as, it could be a tenant, it could be a licensee, it could be a subtenant, it could be a lessee. Now, something to highlight and talk about. Assignee, okay, there's a word put up by this word, assignee. I also can accept it. So I didn't expect this word, but anyway, I give it to you. Could be the last one, assignee when, of course, he wants to transfer the property eventually so I have no issue about that. Okay, so these are the 5 legal words likely you will encounter, right, when we handling our renting of the property. Now, back to that question. Let's read. A person renting a property can be a licensee, but a licensee cannot become a tenant. Now, before we even can answer this question, right, let's look at this topic again by asking you a simple question. Out of these 5 persons, which of them has legal interest over the property? Which of the 5 has legal interest over the property? I'm looking at your answers. Headache. I think some of you may have problem in your exam already. Okay, now I will give you the answer. These 5 people who has legal interest over the property is none other than number 1, the tenant, number 2, the lessee, and of course number 3, the assignee lah. But of course, I think the main key person I'm looking at is none other than the lessee and the tenant. All right, the lessee and the tenant. So mainly licensee, this fella, he don't have any legal interest. So only the tenant and the lessee, both of them got legal interest, or what we call proprietary interest in land. All right, proprietary interest in land. Okay, now those of you who answer none, you are in trouble. So please study harder. All right. Now, first, after we understand this right now we go back to my question. A person renting a property can be a licensee. So this statement, is it true or false? This statement, we break down into 2 first. Good. Everybody say true. No problem. Everybody say true. No problem. You can stop already. So we are done. Easy. Now, the next part is a licensee cannot become a tenant. Is this statement true or false? Based on just now the topic that we have gone through. So therefore, correct. This statement is correct. A licensee cannot become a tenant because you don't have you don't have a legal interest, proprietary interest over the property. So therefore, this answer is true. All right. Therefore, this answer is true. Okay. Now, let's continue. Hang on. So let me zoom in a little bit. Let's start with question 5. Since some of you are in Kahoot, you can go and play around. And let's start your question 5. Now wait for all the answers done, and then we do a clarification. Now, meanwhile, I will try to answer your question. Seems like my notes a bit different from yours. Wondering if I could request a copy. If you want to have a new copy of your notes, you can check with SEAA. They publish the new hard copy notes. If not, you can still download your soft copy notes. So I answer your first question. Same for another question being raised. Okay, so done. Let me answer other question first. There was one important question being raised. So I'm going to answer it once all the Kahoot answer has been done. So just give me one by one to check all the question first. Okay. Let's see how many answer got it right, how many answer got it wrong. Okay, just wait patiently. I want to have a statistics. I want to see what's happening to this question. Okay, meanwhile, I'm going to answer this question from Sisi. She asked, what's the difference between a tenant and a lessee? Generally, there are no difference. Generally, as a whole, there are no difference. But a tenant usually is because he's renting the property with proprietary interest with a lesser term, less than 7 years. If that person renting the property with proprietary interest more than 7 years, he is called the lessee. He's called the lessee. Okay, very good. This question, majority of you answer correctly. I got 200 plus answer correctly. Only 43 of you answer wrongly. Now, let's go through this question shortly. So let me answer all the license question earlier just now first. All right, so I answered Sisi's question already. Next, Zafiri asks, so licensee cannot convert to tenant, but after license agreement, he can apply for tenancy agreement right now. In a very general practice, legal practice, we look at it. If I am your landlord today, I sign a contract with you, I sign a license agreement with you. The question is, do you think I, as a landlord, do you think I want to change my contract with you? Most of the time, practically, the answer is no. Why should I change the contract when I sign already? For example, you have already signed Singtel. Why you want to sign with StarHub for no reason? Something like that, right? Under normal circumstances. Under normal circumstances. So most of the time, once you sign the contract, you can't change anymore. Now, I give you one good example. Let's say today I am NEA. I'm renting a hawker store to you. And today we sign a license agreement. I don't think Singapore government will allow you to say, hey, you come back to me the next day, hey, Singapore government, NEA, I want you to sign tenancy agreement with me. I don't think so. All right, so that's my explanation on that. I'm not saying that you cannot convert, but it depends on the other party whether they want or not, right? But under general circumstances, I don't think people will want to do that. Okay, but anyway, just for your knowledge, I don't think they will test you in this manner. Question from Hussein: is a school canteen store holder a licensee, not a tenant, right? Usually, now in Singapore, it depends on the contract, but most of the time, if I'm not wrong, school canteen, right, they are all under license, right? If I'm not wrong, they are all under license. Okay, so I answer this question already. Example for licensee, please, Crystal, your question, I just given one, that is the NEA license. You are my hawker, I am the government. You rent from me, the hawker license. One example. Another example I gave you, you wanted to start your own business, but you feel that renting an office is a heavy burden because you need to spend money for renovation, right? So you decided to go and rent a service office. So usually when you rent a service office, they will provide you the tables and chair and a small cubicle room, right? So when you rent that, usually it is under a license. Usually it's under a license because the landlord can enter the property, right? Another example of a licensee, very easy. You go to McDonald's, assuming got no more COVID. You wait for your friend sitting down there at the chair, on the chair, waiting for your friend. Then you already have a license. One example like that. Okay, so Chloe's question. So let's see, is more than 7 years and tenant is less than 7 years. Yes, that's how we use the term to describe that. Question from Zafiri. For licensee, you have the rights to use the land, but do you have the rights to keep people off that land, or only tenant can do that? The answer officially is only tenant. But let me explain. Because your question a little bit tricky like the examiner, so let me explain in this way. By right, a licensee cannot stop a landlord from entering the property. Entering the property, cannot stop. But he can stop any other person other than landlord to enter the property. That's my answer. But because of your question, you use the word people. People include both. So I'll answer in this way. All right. So I'll answer in this way. Okay. So we are done. So let's go back to our notes, the question, right? Now, question is, owner, they always have granted bundle of rights. The answer is true. Always. By default, every property owner will have bundle of rights. I have a question for all of you. Think carefully, the 300 of you here. Under what circumstances would a property owner loses some of the bundle of rights? Under what circumstances a property owner would lose some of the bundle of rights? Okay, I'm looking at some of your answers that you are typing right now. Let's see whether who can get it right, who can get it wrong. Losers, the keyword is losers. Your bundle of proprietary rights. Okay. All right, I've seen some of your answers. Okay, so now I will tell you. First, a property owner can lose his bundle of rights through, number one, the very good answer given by some of you, renting out the property. All right, renting out the property. That's the first one. That's the first one. All right. Second one was, I find this answer was quite good. Bankruptcy is not the right answer, but the word is default payment to your mortgagee. When you have your default payment to your mortgagee, you lose your exclusive possession. You lose the possession of the property. All right, of the property. So these are the two ways, right? These are the two ways. And of course, some of you say you lose the bundle of rights of possessing the land through easement. Wrong. You can still, when you have an easement over your property, you still can use it. It's just that your your neighbor are able to use that. You didn't lose it at all. You still have it. All right, you still have it generally. Or unless another example, which somebody put up an answer. Hey, how about if there's a restricted covenants? Possible. Possible. All right. And of course, one of you, Raymond, put up an answer, say, hey, how about the state land take our mineral rights? Yes, correct. You also lost the rights for possessing mineral. All right. And of course, the final answer, I think Charlotte just put up one. Selling away the property will lose your bundle of proprietary rights. That's the very true fact of it. Okay, so that's the answer. All right, that's the answer. Okay, now, so let's start with our next question 6. While some of you are in Kahoot, right, you can still continue to play this Kahoot game. So let's wait for the answer. Repossession possible when they ran out possible. Okay, so we are done your questions already. Okay, let's see who can get my next answer correct. Question number 6. Mortgagor has the rights of possession although there was default payment. Okay, so let's see who got it right and who got it wrong. Let's see who got it right and who got it wrong. Okay, hang on. Sorry, just give me a while. I'm waiting for the rest to answer. Some of them still unable to answer yet. Jared want to reverse your answer. Once you answer already answer. I cannot reverse. Your exam part, you got to be very careful. So you got to be very sharp on that. Okay, so I'm going to start the question right now. Okay, what is the answer to this question? Now, question 6, please read the word carefully. The English word is mortgagor. Mortgagor, if you have learned in your RES lesson, right, it is equal to who? Owner or the borrower, generally, right? Owner or borrower. So, who got it right and who got it wrong? Now, let's look at this part. Whenever a borrower, you always have the rights to possess the property. Always. Until when? Until there's a default payment. So this answer is true. This answer is true. Now, this topic has been covered in your lesson 3 and 4. Right? Lesson 3 and 4 under the security, that topic. Here. Under the security topic. Please go and remember these rights of mortgagor and rights of mortgagee. Your examiner will test you, but it is not so simple as what we have gone through. They will give you a scenario. Then they will ask you a question. Is there a so-called, mortgagor, mortgagor has the rights of possession although there was a default. Sorry, my correction. The Kahoot answer is correct. It's false. It's false. Sorry. My mistake. My mistake. Sorry. Mistake. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is this topic that we are covering right now. Sorry, I think you guys are sharp. Thank you. You guys can pass the exam already, since you can point out my mistake. All right, now, so what I'm trying to tell you is, please go and remember these fellas. These fellas are rights of mortgagor and rights of mortgagee, right? So mortgagor will always have possession right until they default. Once they have default, please take note, the bank will take over. These 5 will take over. Always remember, always remember. Always remember. All right. Okay. So apologies. Okay. You guys understand my explanation. So the Kahoot answer is correct. It's false. Okay. It's false. Okay. So question time. LC asks, hey, what is equity or redemption? Okay, fine. Let's cover this briefly. Under legal mortgage, there is 2 types of legal mortgage. One is common law, one is statutory law. Now, let's talk about common law. In the old days, meaning when you buy the property somewhere before 1965, right? In the old days, when you buy a property, your title deed is transferred to the bank. The English word transfer here referring to the ownership of the property goes to the bank. And you still use and occupy the property, but every month you start to pay your installment. You pay and pay and pay and pay until the day you fully paid up. Until the day you fully paid up. Now, by right, when you fully paid up your property mortgage loan, the bank must transfer the ownership back to you. Back to you. Now, if the bank do not transfer, take note, you have these legal rights. This is a legal rights. Borrower rights. What is your rights? You have the rights to redeem the property back. Redeem. That's why this English word, redemption, comes from the English word redeem. You have the right to redeem back your ownership of your property. The English word equity means law of justice and fairness. In simple English, this whole sentence means you have the rights to redeem back your property. So therefore, if the bank don't return back to you, you can always sue the bank and tell the judge, Your Honor, I have these rights called equity of redemption. So that's the answer for you, LC. All right, next. Done and over already, yeah? Okay, so we are done and over with this topic. All right, next, let's continue our question number 7 while the rest of you can play Kahoot. Surprisingly, the mortgagor question, almost half got it wrong. So you guys got to be very careful. Okay, question number 7 is a topic about easement. And the question says, easement is a proprietary interest while restrictive covenant is a personal rights. So is this statement true or is this statement false? Right? Is this statement true or is this statement false? Now, hang on. So let me prepare my notes again. What happened to my PC? Hang. Hey. All right. Easement. Okay. Now, this question asks, easement is a proprietary interest while restrictive covenant is a personal rights. It's a personal rights. Now, if you look at your answer, Kahoot already given you answer very soon. Okay, I don't want to give the answer. By right, if you look at your notes already said already said that easement, it is a non-possessory rights. It is a rights already. It is a proprietary rights. All right. So easement is always a right. Meaning, in case you still don't understand what is a right, we have covered this, I think, in your most of your class. You are property owner A, I am property owner B. You cannot stop me from using your road. Cannot stop me because I, the property owner, I have the rights to use. I have the right. Therefore, you see, your second sentence here, it is a right to use somebody's land. It is a proprietary right. All right, it's a proprietary right. So let's go back to our question. Wow, this one, half of you got it wrong also. Okay, big issues. Okay, now let's look at your notes, your questions again. So I answer the first question. Easement is a proprietary interest. So this one is correct. Now we look at restrictive covenant. They say that it is a personal right. Let's look at your let's look at your restrictive covenants notes. In your lesson notes, here, in this particular slide, it has already mentioned something. Number one, restrictive covenant is called negative covenants. Negative covenants is a form of equitable interest. The word interest means rights. And in case some of you didn't know, I will help you to make sure you understand. Restrictive covenants is none other than a proprietary interest. A proprietary interest, which is also an equitable interest. Why? Now, restrictive covenant, it is so serious, it will impact on people. Impact on people. I think one of the example that I've covered in class is this Leicester Square in London. It will always remain as a park because it is a restrictive covenant. And how come it can always remain as a park? Because it is a proprietary interest stated that this whole place must be a park, cannot be any other things. So restrictive covenants, it is an interest. So interest in English, it means rights. It means rights, right? And it is not a personal rights because it affects third parties. It affects third parties, right? So in my lesson, I always mention it is a proprietary interest. It will bind future owners or third parties, restrictive covenants. So do take note on that. So therefore, this question that we have put it up just now, easement is a proprietary interest. This statement is correct. While restrictive covenant is a personal right, this statement is wrong. So therefore, this answer is false. All right, therefore, this answer is false. Okay, there's a question. Is there a difference between restrictive covenants in the eyes of common law and Land Title Act from Eastmount? The answer is yes. Let me show you back to your notes again. In your notes, there is a big difference. If you have a property that which creates a restrictive covenant before our country got independence, for example, under common law, restrictive covenant runs with land. One good example is Leicester Square in London. It always will become a park. It runs with land. However, today, based on today, our modern time, if you want to create a restrictive covenant today, take note, it is only enforceable for 20 years. Let's say You want to put Leicester Square in Singapore, one particular land in Singapore, for example, in Orchard Road, you want to always remain as a park. Too bad. Under Land Title Act, it only remain for 20 years only. It only remain 20 years only. All right, so I'm done with this part already. So, Ismail question. LTA say 20 years, but common law say runs with the land. So I think you guys are confused. Which one should you follow, right? Now, my answer is very simple. Number one, ask yourself, which year this restrictive covenant creates? It was created many years ago, it will be under common law. If it is created after 1965, then very simple, the answer is 20 years. Now, we base on today. Now, I can safely say it's 20 years. All right, I can safely say it's 20 years. So I'll answer Ismail questions already. Next, let's talk about Dasha. What's the difference between a restrictive covenant? Oh, sorry, you're not using the word covenant. Restrictive covenant. You're using covenant and an easement. Take note. The English word covenant actually means an agreement. An agreement. Easement means the rights to use other people's property, which is mentioned here in your notes. A rights to use other people's land. In case some of you want to know, hey, then what do you mean by restrictive covenant and easement? What's the difference? Then we have put up a difference in your notes as well. It is found here. Easement is talking about act and right over other people's land. Restrictive covenant is always talking about restrictions and rights on your own land. Two different meanings. All right, so I've answered you your question in this manner already. Okay. All right, so we are done. Another question. Maintaining fence design, is it a positive or a restrictive covenant that binds third party? Lydia, you have asked a very tricky question like an examiner. So I'm going to break down your question first. First, always remember, a positive covenant, it is an agreement between two owners to improve the property. It is never a legal interest in land. Therefore, it cannot impose on any third party or future owners. Unlike restrictive covenant, they are actually a proprietary interest. They will bind the third parties. They will bind the third parties. Oh, that was your last exam question. That's why I see how come it's very similar style like your examiner. Thank you for providing this info. Now, let's continue. Let's continue. I repeat one more time in case some of you miss out. A restrictive covenant, it is always a proprietary interest. It will bind third party. Now, I'm going to go, because you guys raised this question, let me use my own example. Bear with me for those students who are taught by me. I'm going to repeat this story again. I am a developer today. I bought a land near Mount Faber. This land allows me to divide into 4 land, and each land I can build bungalow. Now, I decided to keep this house, but I want to sell the remaining 3. Before I sell the remaining 3, I put a restrictive covenant and said, any owner today who buy any of these 3 land, you can do anything to your house, but I do not allow you to tear down and build 5-story tall building, block my Mount Faber view. Block my Mount Faber view. All right. So this is a form of restrictive covenant. And this restrictive covenant is a proprietary interest. So if let's say owner B I call him B1. B1 owner bought this land. Later on discover, bloody hell, down here got restricted covenant. I cannot tear down. I sell to B2. For example, B2 owner buy. B2 owner must also follow this restrictive covenant, including he sell all the way to B100 owner, still have to follow this restrictive covenant. So that is the meaning of restrictive covenant. Now, back to Lydia's questions. Is maintaining a fence design is a positive covenant or a restrictive covenant? Now, I'm going to use this English word. The key word to your question is maintaining. Now I'm going to ask every one of you in class here, is maintaining a improvement or is a form of restriction? Improvement. Every one of you say improvement. Some say restriction. Now, I ask another question to help you answer straight to very easily. Most of the women will say, I'm going to maintain my face. So when you say I maintain my face, maintain the woman face, is it an improvement? Is an improvement, right? But but some of you say, hey, it require money, so it's restricted covenant. Please take note, do not confuse. The law never say that improvement don't spend money, and it becomes restricted covenant. The law says is that as long as it's an improvement, got nothing to do with money. But of course, I like Joseph's answer. Improvement on the wife face, but it's a negative covenant for the husband. Maybe on that. So I think for Lydia's answer, right, maintaining, I will use the word maintaining as a form of improvement. It's a form of improvement of the property. Improvement, right? Can say not necessarily paid by husband. Wow, this one a bit juicy. Your story here. All right. Now, so I think that will be my answer for that. I'm looking for key question. So if you tell me maintaining a fence today, maintaining the fence design today, I think the design was the word that confused all of you. To me, I'm just looking at this simple word, maintaining the fence design. Maintaining. It is a positive covenant, and therefore it doesn't bind the third party. All right, so I break down the answer. Maintaining design can means that you may be redevelop the land, but you must keep the original design. Maintaining, if you say that you want to keep original design, right, then you should have used the word constraint and things like that. I think the English word, if you tell me that maintaining, this word is called retaining, right, then I think this English word got something problem. As far as I'm concerned, the word maintaining is a form of improvement. If you say that maintaining is called retaining, then what are those jobs called maintenance work? Is it retaining? No, right? I don't agree on that. So I believe that could be that part. The word maintaining. Maintaining. I'm looking at the word maintaining. I don't look at the overall. Why include the word design? If it is only for maintenance, David, this question should ask the examiner, and I know the answer is to confuse all of you so that you answer wrongly. Simple as that. Simple as that. This Chun Hong, you ask a question. Positive covenant that concern land runs with land, isn't it? Wrong. Positive covenants doesn't concern with land. It concerns with the two property owner. It doesn't run with it. Take note. Unless you can prove that positive covenant becomes a negative covenant. All right. But if the government asks you to maintain the garden beside your land, is it restrictive covenant? Well, Jermaine, your questions, right, has changed the meaning of the word. So it depends how you look at it. All right, it depends how you look at it. So Taufik say maintaining design, but the change the specs, like make it smaller. Then I don't think you will use the word maintaining. So I think these are the part that you need to take note. These are the part you need to take note. I asked around salesperson or other school, they say maintaining is a positive covenant, but buying third party. I'm going to explain. If you look, I don't believe on what people say here, say now doesn't becomes true. I suggest you read and get a textbook to verify. And most of all the land textbook, landlord textbook, tells you that positive covenant does not bind third party. Doesn't bind third party. All right. So that is my guideline for all of you. If you are looking at that explanation, I strongly suggest go and take a textbook. You read the textbook will tell you. All the law professor wrote those textbooks, they couldn't be wrong one. They couldn't be wrong one. And also of those textbooks already said, positive covenant does not bind third parties. If they bind third parties, it must be a restrictive covenant. Simple as that. If the word is substituted to retain, then I'm going to ask you, retain means what in English? Retain means what in English? What is the English word retain means? Now, it looks like I'm not doing a real estate class anymore, but becomes an English class already. Then I won't be able to finish the whole tonight's lesson, right? Now, when you use the word retain, it means you want to keep it the same way as it is, right? So it becomes a restrictive covenant, right? Now, so these are the things that you need to take note. As I mentioned, I strongly suggest read a textbook. Read a textbook. Your examiner is an university professor that sets the exam question. It cannot be wrong one. You use the textbook, it cannot be wrong one on that. All right. Okay. Keep. Restriction, retain. Keep. Keep means restricted covenant, right? Somehow. Right? Could be on that. Okay, so I've answered some of the question regarding all these. So let me see whether I have missed anything. But the design may be outdated and will reduce the overall aesthetics and value. Ji Xian, I strongly suggest when you take the exam, do not add assumption like what you are doing right now. You cause yourself to give your make you write down the wrong answer. Write down the wrong answer. So you got to think carefully. So anyway, whatever Lydia put up is only part of the exam question. There might be some more information that was put up in the questions that eventually will let you determine the answer, whether it is a positive or is a negative covenant. Simple as that. All right. That's my opinion. Okay. Unless you guys can share with me the full question, then we can debate and discuss on that. Okay. So I think I also answer a swing question indirectly already. Okay. You guys supposed to study for an exam based on a legal textbook. Do not interpret too much. I have given you my point. You just go with the flow. You shouldn't answer your exam wrongly one if you get your concept right. If you get your concept right. All right. So that's my opinion on that. Okay, so I'm done with this question already. Now I think we can move on to next one. We haven't started our own question yet. These are all my additional questions. Okay, let's move on to question number 8 while you guys can play your Kahoot again. Let me see whether I have other question miss out first. Okay, I answer every single questions already most of the time. All right, I think I've answered most of questions already. Okay, let's look at who got the answer right and who got the answer wrong. While meanwhile, I need to prepare the slides for all of you first. All right, the question asks, when husband and wife bought a property together, with equal shares, both own the property, is it under joint tenancy? Is it true or false? Now, the answer to this question, is, oh, still answering. Okay, so let me wait and finish up first. Let's wait and finish it up. Okay, let me see the statistics. It's quite bad. All right, let's see who got it right and who got it wrong. Anyone can answer. Okay, so we have fully answered the questions already. Emily say not co-owner. Anne says that it's tenancy in common. Who got it right? Who got it wrong? Now, the answer to this question is false. Okay, the answer to this question is false. Oh, surprisingly, more than half got it wrong. Now, never mind. Anyway, this is a tricky exam question. Let me give you the answer first. Husband and wife bought, the keyword is equal shares, and I give you the answer. It is false. They are not buying under joint tenancy. Why? The reason is in your notes has already mentioned, under joint tenancy today, no owners can claim that they have shares of the property. Let's say, for example, husband and wife. Both of them actually own 100% each. For example, sorry, just let me type it out. Husband own 100%. The wife also owns 100%. This is a wrong concept where people thought it is 50-50. Joint tenancy don't have 50-50. Please take note. Getting softer. I am getting softer. Cannot be. It's my voice getting softer, not I getting softer. Okay. So, can hear me loud and clear now? No? I didn't do anything. How come you guys keep on saying that my voice is getting softer? Okay, back to normal. Okay, so some people say can hear already. Maybe I'm getting tired. No lah. You guys are getting tired, not me. I'm getting very excited right now to see your result. Okay, now, as I mentioned, 100% husband own. Wife also own 100% under joint tenancy. They could not even have any form of shares at all. Absolutely no way. Those situations that can have shares is none other than tenancy in common. And so when you use the English word equal shares, it means 50-50. That's why it's called equal shares. Simple as that. All right, simple as that. Now, so this was a tricky question, and this is a very common question always tested. They use the word equal shares. So if you see the word equal shares, it means tenancy in common. All right, it means tenancy in common. All right, Rajiv asked a question. Can tenancy common or joint tenancy can be converted? Yes, it was covered in your notes here. Section 53, subsection 3 and subsection 5 of Land Title Act says that you can do a conversion. So these are the rules mentioned here. All right, these are rules mentioned here. After you have purchased as joint tenancy, you want to convert to tenancy in common or vice versa, can be done. So Land Title Act section 53, subsection 3 and 5 already say that. Okay, next, a question. I would like to ask, what does undivided shares in tenancy in common refer to? Okay, very good question given by Ken. What happened again? Which lesson is this? Lesson 3 and 4. Wow, if you ask me now, I feel the sweat. You guys taking exam don't know which lesson it is. Lesson 3 and 4 again. Lesson 3 and 4. Okay. Tenancy in common, there is this English word, undivided shares. Some of you will say, hey, I thought shares is 50-50 already. It means divided. Wow, how come got this word undivided? A bit confusing, right? I think Ken is looking at this point. The English word undivided means the legal interest is undivided. The legal interest is undivided, but the shares of the property is split by two, husband and wife. The legal interest is undivided. So let's say, for example, the husband say, I want to sell. The wife must also agree, something like that. The interest, I'm looking at the proprietary interest. Take note, proprietary interest, right? Where do you download the updated notes? I think it's still in your Google Drive. So still in your Google Drive. Okay, so I answer Ken's answer already. Okay, now there are some questions put up. 100% versus 100% is also equal. What? Cannot be lah. Mathematics leh. 100% means 100%. Where got 100% versus 100%? You're fighting a war. Cannot be . Now, it is also not mathematics. 100% plus 100% equal 200%. It doesn't work like that. Please understand this concept. Joint tenancy, both owner own 100%. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Simple as that. So it is not a mathematics question. It's not a logic question. Simple. All right, simple. Same like your children cannot be divided. Similar, correct. You are looking like that. Yes. So I think Preston got a very good example. Your house, your property today is like your children, but born by the father and mother. Can you split the children to own who is who? Cannot be one. That's the meaning. Same meaning on that. Oh, please don't argue with me. No problem. I love to. You guys want to put up your legal statement? We can always put it up and challenge. I'm welcome that. If not, you guys can't learn. Generally, but I think you guys, from your fundamentals, from the question you have raised, it also shows that I know where you guys will have difficulties in your exam already. Also, do take note on that. So Phoebe mentioned that undivided share was one of the fill in the blank exam question. Oh, so you should be able to answer the word undivided and put it in, right? Okay, so hopefully you get it right on that. Okay, so we are done. We are done on this matter. Okay, so please do take note on the exam itself. Can you explain more about the words of severance, what it means? Okay, I thought this one will be covered by your lecturers most of the time. Okay, now, these words of severance, let's start with this English word, severance. Severance comes from the English word severe. Severe in simple English means what? Cut. Cut. Now, in the old days, not now, in the old days, whenever you have a title deed, or now, your in-lease title searches document, if there is a phrase sounds like that, this property is severely owned by A and B, full stop. This is what we call words of severance. In simple English, they are trying to tell you that both owner is owning the property under tenancy in common. Simple as that. All right, simple as that. So that's the meaning of words of severance. Okay, so I have answered your question already. Next, let's move on to our next topic. Oh, another question again. Oh, okay. Next topic. All right, next topic that we are going to learn is question number 9. So now you guys can go and play your Kahoot again. Forfeiture is a form of remedy available to landlord. Is this true or is it false? Remedy of available to landlord. Is it true or is it false? So meanwhile, let me prepare the notes for all of you. Lesson 7. Lesson 7. Okay, so let's start. All right, now. Okay, so I quickly end your session. So the Kahoot one, if you guys want, quickly keep on answering. I give you another 10 more seconds. I'm going to end it. So is this answer right or wrong? True or false? Who got it right and who got it wrong? Okay. All right, so I show you the answer. Majority, luckily, you guys got it right, but we still have a handful of you got it wrong answer. So let's look at our question number 9. Forfeiture is a form of remedy. The English word remedy means a solution to a landlord. So the answer is true. If you recap your lesson number 7, Number 7 says that in any situation where the tenant breach the tenancy agreement, these are the available solutions for the landlord. Sue or apply for injunction or specific performance, or you take action for rent, claim your rent by suing the tenant for debts, or you can claim double rent, or you can go through distress, ask to claim the tenant's goods or personal belongings, or if they refuse to move out, then you can go to the High Court and apply for writ of possession to retaken back your property. And the last one is forfeiture. You forfeit the lease, right? So this is the answer, which is found in your lesson 7. Okay, so we are done with this topic. And next, let's quickly move on to our next topic on question number 10. In Singapore, leasing a property less than 3 months is illegal. Is this true or is this false? And of course, this one I will wait for everyone to answer the question. Then I will go through the explanation. Meanwhile, let's see a question. Writ of possession applicable to a lessee? The answer is yes. And of course, if who is the one that apply for writ of possession is none other than these two government agencies called JTC and HDB. All right. So if the lessee cannot pay, the statutory boards will go to the High Court and convince the judge to issue a writ of possession to take back the property. I mean licensee for writ of possession. No need. No need. So for licensee, you don't have to get a writ of possession, because as a licensee, the landlord, the licensor, always has the rights to enter the property. So they don't have to get this writ of possession. So writ of possession, why you need that is because you have given proprietary interest as a landlord to the tenant already. And in order for you to take back, you must repossess it back, your proprietary interest, and you must have permission from the court to do that. So that's the meaning. All right, so that's the answer for you, Zafiri. Okay, now let's look at the answer. All right, let's look at the answer. In Singapore, leasing a property less than 3 months is illegal. Now, the answer is false, and I believe all of you say, Steve, your answer is wrong. Then I'm going to share with you. You guys make a terrible mistake. Terrible mistake. Majority of you, only a handful of you get it right. Less than 50, about 50 of you get it right for this question. Now, why? Why? Now, I think some of you have explained it in the chat. I will help you by explaining on my end. Look at this English sentence. In Singapore, leasing a property less than 3 months is illegal. The key word is property. The question did not say, is it a residential property, commercial property, or industrial property? So this statement is false, because a property can be, like one of your classmates put up, Ziwen say, can be a service apartment, can be a commercial property like an office one. And I ran a service office for 2 months. First, I want to try out my business right? So this is a tricky question, and majority of you have got tricked. Majority of you have got tricked on that. Okay, so do read your question carefully when you are preparing the exam. That is what I can give you a point. Last question. Let's go through last question before I move on to our case study. Last question. Last question. Last question. I will also answer when everything is completed. Service apartment, yes, you can rent for only, minimum 7 days, up to a year, 2 year, 3 year also can, right? Which are the type of property which allow less than 3 months lease? A lot. Service apartment, service office, pasar malam store, hawker store, a lot, plenty, a lot. Even hotel, plenty. Minimum HDB flat also 3 months. Wrong. Lovely. You answer this, then your paper 2 lecturer will be very sad. Mr. Mark will be very, very sad. 6 months HDB, not 3 months. So don't confuse. Don't confuse. Okay. All right. So I answer all your doubts already. Whatever. Okay. Question. From Joseph again, I give you my answer. Which type of property less than 3 months? Hotel, service apartment, service office, pasar malam store, hawker store, could be factory, could be warehouse, can be all less than 3 months one. All right, can be all less than 3 months. Okay, so we are done with this. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Service office is a lease or licensing. Most of the time, service office is under license. Most of the time, under license. You can go to Regus and check with them. Most of the time, they will be under license. All right. Condo cannot do short-term rent. Illegal. Illegal. This one is illegal. Okay. Let's look at this answer. Now, very good. Every one of you answer mostly correct for question 11. So question 11 says that when a friend enters a property, tenant's property without invitation, tenant can evict. The question now I'm going to ask is why? why a tenant can evict his friend out of the house. Anybody? Very good. Because the tenant has rights to exclusive possession, and his friend is considered as a trespasser right now, where the tenant don't recognize the friend entering the property. Right? So that is question 11. He revokes bare license. Very good. Everybody can understand this concept. Okay. So from your answers, 11 questions, right? May I ask a survey right now? How many of you got 8 questions and above correct? Can see question 1 and 2 again? Can, no problem. How many of you can have answered my true and false question? Got it correct? Only 2 participants out of 300. Wow, jialat leh. Okay, if you can answer this, it means that you can handle the question a bit, a little bit, a little bit. All right. So anyway, this is just an appetizer for your exam. So now we're going to move on to our next topic. Is the file that I have sent to all of you. Now, before I close the file, everybody have seen all the questions already, right? Yes. Okay, question. Do you have a summary of which property can rent, how many minimum, maximum? Don't have. I don't prepare such mind map. So maybe you got to prepare on your own. Eleanor asks, question 11, if the property is a shop, question 11, if a property is a shop, and still, if let's say maybe I think I know what you are trying to talk about. Let me help you by giving you an example. Eleanor, you are my good friend. Today I ask you come to my hairdressing shop and then we chit chat since we got COVID, business is bad. Suddenly we chit chat and then we drink and we drunk and we got a fight and I say get out of my shop I don't welcome you Can I do that? Can, right? I can do that, right? I can ask you to get out, right? So same thing So that's your answer. All right. Can you share this Word document? Can you share your Kahoot question with us or screenshot send to the group chat? I think I can send it here if you want. Couldn't download it for the first time. You mean the true and false question? You guys want to have this true and false question? No need lah. Make sure you all understand what have gone through. More important on your notes. More important is on your notes, right? The true and false question is just an appetizer for your brain to kickstart only. Don't worry about this true and false question. The most important question is the next one that I'm going to go through, the case study one. All right, the case study one, I'm going to kickstart already, I haven't started my lesson yet. Just 11 questions for 2 hours only, All right. Okay, so I'm going to can close already. You can log out from Kahoot already. I'm not going to use that Kahoot anymore already. Finished, done and over with. Done and over with already. No more already. Okay, so you guys can leave Kahoot. Now, let's have a 5 minutes toilet break. 5 minutes. I'm going to start our case study. So those of you who received the case study and haven't started doing it, right? Maybe I give you 10 minutes. I want all of you to go and read the case study, attempt the question. Then after that, I'm going to go through the question. After that, I'm going to go through the question. All right. So, yes, we will stop for, we call for a break. We come back at 9 o'clock. We come back at 9 o'clock. So I'm going to send, can't get the link again. Okay, I will send you the file here. Admin maybe can help me send your the Google Drive. Meanwhile, I'll send out this file again. All right, I just sent out the file. Oh, sorry. Hang on, I just sent out the file again. Let's call for a 5 minutes break. We come back and then we continue. 5 minutes break, 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Come back by 9. All right, welcome back. So let's continue our case study tutorials. Okay, first I think there's a question being asked by Lovelyn about my true and false question why tenant trade fixture is a personal item one. Now, when your examination use this English word fixtures, it does not include trade or tenant fixtures. All right, we have mentioned this much earlier. I don't know whether because you're late for class, but that was what I have spoken earlier just now. Next, Pauline was asking about, can explain what is differential premium and differential premium and development charges. Do take note. Differential premium is, like I think Sisi has answered it very well, is meant to extend your leasehold period. For example, you have already used up 50 years out of 99 years. You left 49 years, you buy the land. And then you go to our government authority and ask, I would like to do a top-up lease up to maximum 99-year lease. So assuming Singapore government allows, they will ask you, please pay this tax called differential premium. Simple as that. Then you will ask, what is DC? DC is applied when you are buying a land and this land is currently zoned as B1, for example. You want the government to allow you to change to residential zoning with the assumption that the government allows. They allows you to change the zoning, and now you got to pay another tax called development charges because you are developing into a better use of the property. That's why you use the word DC. So thank you for Sisi. I think, Sisi, you reply to only the host and panelists, not to everyone. So I don't think she sees the answer, but I'm going to help you and put it up. Thank you for your help. My volume soft again. How can that be? I'm very near to my mic already. Okay. All right. So that was the answer. Now, a question asked by Pauline again. What is express and implied easement? Very simple. The English word express in law means it is declaring, mentioning, informing, writing on certain paper, something like that. Meaning, if we have an express easement, it means that this easement was shown in your title deed or your deed or the title. Implied easement means it was not written on your title or even cannot be found in InLease, but there is an easement. That is the meaning. All right, that is the meaning. Okay, so that is answer for you. All right. Okay, so Sisi has put up an answer for all of you already. For that, thank you very much for your help. Okay, now looks like we have question first. So I answer. Can I answer some of the questions later? Let me finish this tutorial first, then I'll answer all these questions later. You can put up your question in your question and answer box, right, on your Zoom. Okay, so let's start with this case study, which I've been waiting to go through with all of you. All right, I'm waiting to go through with all of you. I'm making an assumption that you have read the question already. All right, you have read the question already. So now we go through our first question. I'll answer the rest of the question that is put up in the Q&A later after we finish all these 10 questions. Now, so after you have read this case study, first question they ask, what type of contract did ABC and CJ Private Limited sign? I would like to have some of the participants give me an answer. All right, so that I can see where you guys stand. Okay, I saw majority of your answers already. All right. Thank you for participating. I think from the answer, we have our first casualty already. A lot of you answer wrongly. The answer to this question is D. It is a license agreement. Why? Now, this one, let's go back to our lesson 7. We are going to go back to learn our definition of a lease. Definition of a lease. First, how do we know that this particular property that this person renting is a lease or not? In your notes, they already say you must fulfill the 3 elements. 3 elements. Now, listen carefully to this topic. Essential characteristic of a lease sometimes is also known as essential elements of the lease. Elements. Now, number 1, in order for the lease, you must have a payment of rent. Number 2, you must have certainty of duration. Number 3, you must have exclusive possession. That is the characteristic of a lease. Now, next, let's quickly revise on license. For a license today, usually the characteristic is that the landlord grants the tenant, the licensee, through a form of contract. And usually they pay a license fee for using it, a permission to use it. They don't have proprietary rights. They don't have proprietary rights. So that is license. Now, so let's go back. As a revision first. Let's go back as a form of revision. First, if you have element number 1 and element number 2, question to all of you, is this a lease? Is this a lease? If I only have element number 1 and element number 2, all right, very good. All of you who just reply say no. Then I'm going to ask you a question. If I have element number 1 and element number 2, but I don't have element number 3, what is this known as? Very good. It is known as a license, right? License. Now, so from this exercise, you notice that in order for lease to happen, in general, I use the word in general circumstances, you must have a payment of rent, certainty of duration, and the most important thing, exclusive possession. Exclusive possession, right? You must have these 3. Then we form a lease. Now, I'm going to throw you a question right now. Listen carefully. I have element number 1. I have element number 3. But I don't have element number 2. Question. Can it be a lease? All right. Now, of course, this one is a bit tricky question. So I think some of you answer yes, some of you answer no, quite straightforward. Now, let me explain. When you have a payment of a rent, but you have an exclusive possession, keyword is this exclusive possession. You are still having a lease. You are still having a lease. This one is called what? I think one of your classmates give a very good answer, Tina. It is called a periodic lease. It becomes a periodic lease, right? You keep on paying, but you still have exclusive possession. Now, next, if I have element number 2 and I have element number 3, but I don't have element number 1, is it still a lease? Okay. Quite a number of you say yes, some of you say no again. Now, in fact, you have element number 2 and you have element number 3. It is still a lease. Take note. So what I'm trying to tell you is there are special cases of lease. But what we have concluded is as long as we have number 3, exclusive possession, it becomes a lease. All right, it becomes a lease. This is what I want to highlight. So whatever just now I have used the scenario, right? I call it a special case. A special case. So I repeat again. Like Jared say, got internet got cut off. So if you have number 1 and number 3, or if you have number 2 and number 3, they are special cases of a lease. It is still a lease. Now, don't believe, let me give you one example. You are a property owner, you own a 99-year lease, right? 99-year lease, right? You take a bank loan. May I ask, let's revise your paper 2 topic. What is my maximum loan tenure? As a normal buyer, maximum loan tenure in Singapore. Wow, some of you say 25 years. That one is HDB. I'm looking at private property, maximum loan tenure. Listen to my question carefully. What is the maximum loan tenure? Wow, a lot of you reply 30 years. I think Mark will be very sad. The answer is 35, right? But of course, 35, you are getting lower LTV, right? Now, okay, that one is your Mark's topic. I'll leave it to Mark to handle all of you, give you a cane tomorrow for answering his question wrongly. Now, for 35 years, you will get a lower LTV, but you got 35 years. Now, if you have fully paid 35 years already, fully paid your loan, fully paid, you are no more having any payment until you are in number 2 and number 3. Correct? You are in number 2 and number 3 if you fully paid. Having a 99-year lease, right? You're having exclusive possession, right? You're fully paid. So that's the meaning. All right, that's the meaning. Now, important characteristics of exclusive possession is number 1, you always have the rights to exclude anyone from entering the property, including the landlord. Including the landlord. All right, so this is one characteristics you need to know whenever we talk about a lease. Okay, so I finished my theory lesson already. Question: if don't have number 3, what would it be? Would it be a tenancy? The answer is no. It will not be a tenancy. It will not be a tenancy. All right, it will not be a tenancy. Now, a question I want to answer first. Somebody put up, I think Kimberly put up this question. Is subletting a room in a HDB a lease then? Now, a very good question. I'm going to answer in this manner. Sorry, just give me a second. Let me clear the diagram first. So I'll answer Kimberly's question. She was saying, is subletting a room a lease then? First, when you look at HDB, they are the owner, and they sell the flat. They sell the flat to you. So you are the flat owner. You are the flat owner. Now, if you look at your HDB contract, HDB will put themselves as lessor, which means landlord in open inverted commas. While you are the flat owner, your name is called lessee, which is the tenant. And whenever you rent out your property in your paper 2, you call them tenant. But actually under HDB policy, right, they are officially called subtenant. They are officially called subtenant. Now, if this subtenant is having the whole entire flat, now I have a question. If something happened to this house, can HDB enter the property or not? Jeremy straight away and the rest of you straight away say yes. Can enter or but enter a subtenant or subtenant? Subtenant no. HDB still reserve the right to enter the property, generally, right? Because they have higher proprietary rights. So in case I want to add on, now I want to add on. HDB has full authority, meaning full rights or interest over the properties. Usually they are having that, right? You as a lessee, lesser rights. Then as a subtenant, if you rent out the whole house, much lesser rights lah. Much lesser rights. So the question where I think just now your classmate put it up, Kimberly asked, is subletting a room in an HDB flat a lease or not? So now we got to look at under general case, if the owner sublet the room, now I be more precise, sublet the room, I'm going to ask you a question. Kimberly, especially Kimberly raised this question. Can the owner enter this room or not whenever you are the tenant renting this room? Kimberly say no. So Kimberly say no. I saw her answer. Cannot enter the room. So if you cannot enter the room, then this subtenant must have what? It must have a lease. But there are some room renter, I want to highlight, I want to explain. No, there are some room renter, the landlord can enter the room one. The landlord can enter the room one. So now I'm going to ask you, if cannot enter the room, this fella is renting as a form of lease. Then if the landlord can enter the room, then how? What do you call? All right. So Hussein got it right, and some of you just reply as well. It's called a license. So Kimberly, if you ask me a question, I don't know how to answer. You look at the situation. But generally, I think most people will say, yeah, it should be this one. It should be, I believe it should be this one. Right? So it depends on that. So it depends on that. Okay, so I give you an overview already. Make sure you all understand what it actually really means on that. Okay, so I'm done. So subletting is the license. No, don't mix up subletting. The word subletting, it means you are further renting it out. That's the English word. You are further renting it out. So now, since you raised this word, 申请, right? So I'm going to ask you this. When HDB sell the property to you, we use this English word, let. When you are the flat owner renting out to your tenant, right, we use this English word, sublet, to explain who is renting to who. The words tells you who is renting to who. So, for example, this flat owner, he sublet to tenant. Sublet. So that's the meaning. So whether is it sublet a license or not, I don't know. It depends on this situation again. Depends on their contract. Generally, it depends on their contract. All right. So I think what I'm trying to tell you is, please take note. Whenever you use the word rent, it is a very general term. But if we use the word let or we use the word sublet, it makes a big difference. It's trying to tell you that, let means this fella rent to this fella. Sublet means is this fella rent to this fella. So that's the meaning. All right. So sublease is the same as sublet. Yes, most of the time, these two words means the same thing. These two words means the same thing. All right. Okay, so we are done with these questions already. Okay. So some question, Liu Zhang say, some HDB flat are renting out as a whole with the term that the landlord needs to live in one of the room once a week. Is this a lease? Looks like it. My answer is no. Right? If you say you are renting as a lease, then we must go back to the principle that I have talked about it. The principle is exclusive possession. Exclusive possession. So can have an exclusive possession, but an arrangement with landlord like the case study. Ismail, this question will be answered in question number 1, which I haven't finished answering yet. Right? I haven't answered yet. So give me a time. I will talk about that. Right? Okay. So Gerald asks, so there's no name terminology for not paying rent but have duration and exclusive rights. It means that you have already have exclusive possession. You have a lease law. In simple English, it's still a lease. All right, it's still a lease. That's Gerald's question. Okay, now, so Dasha was asking about this question. We will go through the question. Okay, we will go through the question right now. So let's start. If you have read this paragraph carefully, right, there is two words that you need, two things that you need to take note. First, both companies sign a rental agreement. In this agreement, ABC, which is the tenant, allow CJ, which is the landlord, to enter, use the warehouse, which is a storeroom, to store the goods daily and unequivocally. Now, from this example, you pay a rent and you pay a 2 years rent, and yet you allow the landlord to enter the property unequivocally, meaning unconditionally, this English word. And therefore, no need to say. This answer straight away shows that there was no exclusive possession. Therefore, the answer is D. That's how this answer is being derived. All right? That's how this answer is being derived. Okay. So that is the meaning. All right? That's the meaning. Okay. Now, there was a question I would like to take this opportunity to answer first from George. He said, legally, a contract must have a consideration. Without a payment, one can void the lease, meaning no lease. Comment on that. First, a contract sometimes can have without money. Can have without money. Can have without money, and this contract is called a deed, which was not covered briefly in your lesson. So a deed is a very special contract, which consideration was not there, it is still considered. So technically, in the old days, when a lease was created, they usually created under a deed. Under a deed. So therefore, it can be still valid. Simple as that. Now, so if it's a deed has been created, which is an official contract, and now without any payment, I don't know why, it is still valid, right? It's possible. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, but generally, what I'm trying to tell you is I suspect you got confused between contract and leases itself. Because most of the time, leases in our modern days comes with a contract. Merged together, right? But anyway, you are taking exam. My suggestion is understand what is a contract, what are the elements are there, and understand what is a lease. So these are the two things I think you need to take note. Okay, unless you are going to study for legal, to become lawyers, then you have to go more in depth. on that. Okay, so I'm answer this question already. Okay, so I have finished question number 1. Okay, question number 1 is derived from that answer just now. Next, let's look at question number 2. What is, in fact, it should be what is the best remedy for CJ? I think, I don't know, I think your notes should have the word best. So in case some of you are not aware, okay, what is the best remedy for CJ Private Limited when ABC fails to pay rent? All right, fails to pay rent. Now, let's revise this topic briefly. Just now, we have mentioned that if you fail to pay rent, these are what the landlord can do. Put a remark. Listen carefully first what I'm telling you. This is about tenancy agreement. If you have a tenancy agreement and you did not pay rent today, number 1, landlord can sue you for damages. Number 2, can sue you for injunction or specific performance. Number 3, can sue you for debt and claim double rent. Number 4, can ask for your personal belongings, right? Your goods and things like that under distress. And number 5, number 6, we can apply for writ of possession to take back your property. And number 7, none after the less, you forfeit the lease. These are the 7 ways for a landlord to take legal action when the tenant does not pay, right? When the tenant does not pay. Now, let's go back to question number 2. Because the answer is license agreement. And of course, if you answer in your exam, answer wrongly, answer number 3, and therefore number 2, you will definitely answer wrongly. So that's how your exam question works. Like that one, in your exam. So question number 1 is license agreement. So the question is, what is the best remedy for the landlord? Now, first, a license agreement, if all of you remember, it is just a simple contract. All right, a simple contract. And therefore, if the tenant did not pay rent, so the best remedy would be the landlord sue the tenant for that. Sue for that. So statement number 1 is definitely correct. Statement number 1 is definitely correct. Next, the next word is right of re-entry. First, I want to explain this. Because this is a license agreement, landlord can enter the property anytime he wants. Therefore, he don't need to have this thing called rights of re-entry. I think this question is trying to confuse you to this word called rights of repossession. Rights of repossession. The key, this word is called rights of re-entry. So as a license agreement, this landlord no need to have rights of re-entry. He can enter every day, anytime he wants already. So number 2 is out. All right, number 2 is out. Number 3, he simply can revoke the license, right? This one was mentioned in your notes again. If you look at your, if you look at your license, right, there is a statement already mentioned here. Point number 7. License can be terminated whenever the landlord withdraws it. Is equivalent to this English word revoke. 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 The word withdrawn means revoke of your license. So So number 1 is correct. Number 2 is out. Number 3 is correct. Now, number 4, applying for writ of distress. Now, this is a remedy for tenancy agreement. Tenancy agreement, but this one is license agreement. So we hardly see people apply for that. Right? We hardly seen people apply for that. But of course, I didn't discount the fact you can do that. But I think for your syllabus, it is already mentioned that only tenancy agreement can have this remedy called applying for writ of distress. Right? So therefore, if you look at this answer, so this is also out. I think the best answer is A over here. Right? A. That's the best answer for this landlord. Okay, there was a question put up by Ismail. I think you've missed my question about having exclusive possession but have an arrangement with landlord like the study case. Okay, now, Ismail, you listen carefully. This is what I'm going to highlight. If, assuming ABC Private Limited and the landlord has a tenancy agreement, immediately they sign a tenancy agreement, but they still practice to let the landlord to enter, use, and unequivocally. For example, now, if to one fine day the tenant sue the landlord and said, I have a tenancy agreement and therefore you are supposed to get out. I have exclusive possession over the property. If you are the judge, would you think that this tenant really got exclusive possession whenever he can enter and use the property unequivocally? Chances are the judge will say no, like what I think some of your classmates straight away reply right now. So therefore, even though you have a tenancy agreement, you may claim that you have an exclusive possession, but the action doesn't say so. So end of the day, no substance. Like what Ken say, substance, you must have the action on that. I must have substance to prove that you have exclusive possession. So that's my answer to you. All right, that's my answer to you. But as I said, you are not here to take a lawyer course to become lawyer. Your job is to become a RES, so your exam syllabus will not be so complicated like that. Your exam question is something like that. From that scenario, are you able to determine that the answer is this? So that's the type of syllabus you guys are having right now for testing for your exam. All right. Okay. So that's my answer. So for Ken say, is right of repossession working to the same effect as revoke the license? Now, something I want to explain is this. A right for you to possess the property doesn't mean that the contract, the license agreement, which is a contract, has been terminated. So we have to go back to your law of contract. All right. So that's my answer to you on that. Next one, Dasha says, so if this was a tenancy agreement, the answer will be all the above for question 2. Okay. Now, if this is a tenancy agreement today, then my answer for this question will be number 1, number 4. Rights to re-entry. Okay, I also can consider if this is a tenancy agreement, then it will be 1, 2, and 4. All right, that's my answer for tenancy agreement. Okay, so we are done with this part already. On that. So I think Zhenyi just now asked what is the DC and differential premium. I already answered, right? Then the term unity of possession and unity of time. Okay, this one. Okay, meanwhile, since there's a question asked like that, and I'll quickly clear this before we move on to number 3. Go back to your lesson number 3 and 4 under joint tenancy. Oh, wait, where's the joint tenancy? It's here. Now, you have these 4 unities. All right, you have these 4 unities. So I quickly cover for time's sake. Unity of possession means both husband and wife, if they buy under joint tenancy, both of them own the property 100% physically. Nobody today can say, this is my property, this is your property. They cannot put a masking tape on the floor today, husband and wife quarrel, and say, since we pay 50-50, this is my masking tape, this is our boundary. You no longer can come over to my territory. Sorry, no such thing. This is what we call unity of possession. All right, unity of possession. Now, next. When can finish these 3 questions? Can I have the answer first? I think we might need to end at 10 or 10:15. So usually my class will end quite a bit late. So you got to bear with me for a while. I'll give you an answer shortly. So just be prepared on that. Now, next one. For unity of interest means both husband and wife are having the same interest. So cannot be the husband say, since I pay more, therefore I have the rights to grant easement, the rights to rent the property. You only have the rights to stay in the house and cook. No such thing. Both of them are having the same legal interest of the property. Unity of title means both husband and wife have the same title, only one title. And unity of time means both husband and wife having the same property at the same time. So that's the meaning of that. Okay, so we are done with this. Next, let's move on to our question 3. Now, question 3 stated that the tenants send the aircon guys to service and improve the air quality of the warehouse. I think based on just now we have covered, you should straight away able to answer this question. It should be C. Positive covenant. You are improving the property, right? You are improving the property. Now, some of you may wanted to find out, because I'm going to explain this. You have an exam question, your multiple choice answer always have this scenario like that. A, positive covenant. B, negative covenant. Positive easement, negative easement. Something like that. All right. Now, I think positive and negative we have covered already, so I don't have to go through it so much. What I'm going to talk about is these 2 words. Positive easement and negative easement. Now, due to time constraints, especially some of you find my lesson too dry and going to fall asleep very soon, need to end. So I think I will type out this for all of you. You try and copy down this positive easement. Now, a positive easement is dominant owner can do something in the land that is the subject of the easement. All right. Put a remark on that. I think for time constraint, I have to quickly just cover this. Then we have negative easement. Negative easement is referring to the dominant owner restrict the servient owner from using the land for specific purpose. All right. So you just put up the answer like that. So that is for that. Can help out to type C and D as well. Walao, don't be so lazy lah. We just cover in your notes. Positive covenant is a agreement for improving property. Negative covenant is meant for restriction agreement. Just always remember that. Okay. So these are the 2 things about question 3. Next, let's move on to question 4. Oh, sorry, let me clear this first. Question 4. Should ABC Private Limited refuse to allow the aircon contractors to enter the warehouse, it means that this ABC is refusing to grant. What's the answer for question 3? Question 3 is positive easement. Positive easement. Okay, question 4. The answer to this question is B, license. I have one question for all of you. For question B, what is the name of license, this license known as? Very good. Your classmate has put up the right answer. It is called bear license. All right, it's called bear license. Bear license. Okay, now, this answer can never be an exclusive possession, neither be an easement, because you are granting proprietary rights. Okay, in this case, this fella just let this fella to come in once in a while only. So you're granting actually is a form of license, bear license. Bear license. Okay, next. Question 5. Under what circumstances can CJ allow to remove the clause for forbidding hazardous object in the rental agreement? Now, before we talk about the answer, let's read the paragraph which I will have questions for all of you. Under second paragraph, they say, no one can place hazardous object in this warehouse. And the key word is from this sentence. This is a universal agreement which binds, the keyword lies here, all the surrounding warehouse owner as well as future landlord and tenants too. For many years, this clause was made known to every warehouse company in this industrial area. Now, from this paragraph, is trying to show you that there is a very important restrictive covenant being placed on this building. All right, so I give you a first clue here. There is some form of restrictive covenant. There must be a restrictive covenant. All right, now the question is, the next question is, what kind of restrictive covenants are they? So City got the right answer, okay, which I was looking at some of your answers. It is called state covenants. All right, state covenant. Now, under this scenario, the question asks, can you remove? The question asks, can you remove this clause? Let's go back to your lesson 3 and 4, restrictive covenant. In this particular lesson 3 and 4, these notes already give you the answer. There are 4 ways for you to remove a restrictive covenant: expiry, unification of ownership, release, or by court. But last one at the bottom here, there is one restrictive covenant cannot be removed by court. That is called the state covenants. The state covenants. And therefore, unfortunately for this question, the answer for question 5 is none of the statement. None of the above. None of the statement. Why? Because this is a state covenant. This is a state covenant. All right, so do take note. You cannot just mutually terminate. You cannot sign a new contract with this because this is a covenant. It will carry on to the next future owner or tenant. All right, or you buy over. Sorry, cannot because this is a state covenant. Or you get court order, also cannot because this is a state covenant. All right, it looks like a state covenant. If not, then how come the whole entire area in this estate is being having these issues as well? In second paragraph says that. Okay, so that is question number 4. Now, let's move on to question number 5. Question number 5. It states that under what circumstances can CJ Private Limited, sorry, this is we have done question number 6 already, sorry. Question number 6, pertaining to the real estate. Should the CEO of ABC enters the property and takes salmon fish during the circuit breaker? What is the legal issue of this matter? Now, the answer to this question, if you go and say trespassing, breach of quiet enjoyment, theft, and breach of circuit breaker rules, wrong. If you have answered that, all right, if you have answered that, the answer is wrong. Now, the answer to this question is none of the above. Why? Number 1, CEO of ABC Private Limited enter the property that he rents. Nothing wrong. What got anything to do with it? Nothing wrong at all. Then you say he breached circuit breaker rule. We are not studying criminal law. So got nothing to do with our criminal law. So the answer is none of the above. All right, none of the above. But I'm going to change the question. I'm going to change the question. Instead of ABC Private Limited today, it was CJ Private Limited enter the property and take the salmon fish. Then what do you think the answer will be? Can I confirm and double confirm the answer? Question number 1, D. Question number 2, A. Question number 3, C. Question number 4, B. Question number 5, D. All right. Okay. Now, most of you say you choose the answer theft. The answer is also wrong. Look at the question. They say pertaining to real estate matters. If the CEO of CJ enter the property to take salmon fish, take note, I'm not sneaky. It is your examiner sneaky, not me, I'm just trying to tell you how your examiner, how scheming they are. No, I'm just trying to give you pinpoint how you break down and analyze their question. It's them, not me. Please, don't say it's me. Thank you. I'm not the one. Now, so in this case, the answer is only I. Trespassing. Trespassing. It could also breach quiet enjoyment because, of course, the examination never give more details, right? But I can say I think it's either 1 or 2 if I change the question to CJ, right? If I change the question to CJ, that's why now you guys know how come so many people retake the exam. This is the kind of trickiness they will trick you. I'm just preparing you guys to see how you all answer it. So if you guys are going through my revision class coming Sunday and Monday night, you are going to touch more on that. You are going to touch more on that. All right. So yes, landlord can enter, but you enter the particular property to take salmon fish. It could be a form of trespassing, because that ABC is still having a exclusive possession. Why not theft? The question, please read your number 6. pertaining to real estate matters. That is the answer. Why is not theft? I know it's a criminal offense, it's theft, but the question asks real estate matters, right? So he can only enter to his own section only, the warehouse. Correct, right? If it's CJ, if it's CJ. When is my revision class and how to attend? I think you got to register your name to SEAA and pay for it for your revision class. I thought that you have been told already. All right. So Sunday, I think if I'm not wrong, I was being informed to stand by on Sunday for your revision class. Okay. I thought licensor can enter equivalent to trespassing. What is trespassing? If you want to study trespassing, we have no time to cover it. You must meet certain elements. Number one, there must be two property owners. So all these elements must fulfill. Then you must show that you have entered the property illegally without the other party's consent. Something like that. All right. So this is just an overview. It's just an overview on that. So it is still trespassing. Now, if you still don't believe, so what I'm trying to tell you is I will do a simple quick drawing to explain. Let's say this is the top view. You are renting here. This is the place you rent. This is the place you rent. You rent 90%. And this 10% is my warehouse. This 10% is landlord usage. Landlord usage. Now I enter your property and take a salmon fish. Although you are having a license, I agree you are having a license, but you are also considered trespassing, right? Right? They are still considered like a trespassing. So that's my point. Okay, that's my point on that. So do take note. This is what I'm trying to explain. This is what I'm trying to explain. Okay, so this is the meaning. All right, so we have finished our this overview already. Trespass is criminal, not real estate. Trespass is part of real estate law. It's part of real estate law, not just criminal. Both is both. It's both. In case you all didn't know. All right, that is question number 6. So I'm done. Now, question number 7. Question number 7. Real estate is criminal. This one is to those agents who cannot charged by CEA. So I do agree on that. Okay, now question number 7. Relating to the earlier question, the staff of CJ enter the property and take battery. What is the legal issue? First, CJ is the landlord and he go to take his own battery. This case, nothing wrong. Again, the answer is none of the above. Right? He's entering his own property, nothing wrong. So it is none of the above. However, now I'm going to change the question. If this is ABC Private Limited, enter the property and take batteries right now. Can you give me the answer? Sorry, I think there's a typo error. It should be 1, 2, and this is supposed to be 3, and this is supposed to be 4. I think this is a typo error. All right. Now, if the question changed to ABC Private Limited, what could have the answer be? Anybody want to make a guess? Batteries can be hazardous and should not be inside, which is a breach of state covenant. Okay. Jay Lee, do not make any assumptions. If the question says that the battery is hazardous, right, it will put it up. If the question never says so, you just assume that the battery is not hazardous one. It's like a AAA battery. That's all. So you just take it as this way. Now, under this, what I can say is the answer could be number 1, trespassing. Number 2, breach of express covenant. Now, some of you may ask, hey, what do you mean by express covenant? Simple. I am your landlord and you are my tenant. I say, at all times, you, the tenant, you are not allowed to enter my property. Okay? We have agreed. Express, the word covenant means what? Agreement. It's an express agreement, written black and white. I suspect it could be this breach of this and trespassing, but main answer is this lah. If I change the question to ABC, if I change the question to ABC. All right, so that's what I want to highlight for that. Okay, you said we shouldn't assume. Then the second paragraph never clearly state is a state covenant, means we assume, right? Oh, Nasha, good question. I did not assume. It was interpreted. You see, they gives you a clue. They say, number 1, inside their contract, they say that it's hazardous. Hazardous, right? And then there's a clue says that it's a universal agreement for all the surrounding. And in this whole entire area, everybody know. So it could not be an assumption already. It is a state covenant. It is a state covenant. All right, so that's my answer for that. Okay. Okay. Sorry, what is the original again? Oh, sorry. Let's go back to my question 7. Question 7, if I change the question to ABC, enter and take battery, what I can say is the answer is likely trespassing. And it could be breach of express covenant. It's just a thought, okay? But I think the main answer is still this. Main answer is still this. All right, on that. Can the answer be implied covenant? Good question. I think can, but because whenever we use implied covenants, we are talking about real estate matters. Right? So, well, we can also consider it, but I didn't say that the answer is wrong. I think can also consider, even though today we never write and state very clearly, it is automatically assumed that you should not enter my property. Something like that. I do agree. It could be. Question 7 is just meant for a discussion. If I change the answer, if I change the question to ABC, we just meant it for doing a discussion. Just for your thought. Okay, you need to think about it. Question from Tina. Why is ABC trespassing when they have the license of the warehouse? ABC is trespassing. Back to the same drawing. You remember just now I draw the drawing right now? The 10% and the 90%. You are using this 90%. And I come over to your unit. Even though I'm the landlord, even though it is under a license, it seems like I'm trespassing, right? It could be trespassing, right? Something like that. So that's the meaning. Okay. Can you explain a bit on the express covenant and imply which one will prevail? When it comes to covenants, in simple English, let me explain. Whenever we talk about this English word covenants, it means an agreement. It is also refers to the terms. Oh, sorry, I didn't know my font size. Okay, anyway, just bear with me. Terms of your contract. All right, it also means your terms of contract. So you ask me whether one got prevail or not. Now I'm going to explain. Whenever you have an express covenant versus an implied, now I'm going to ask you this. What do you think? Listen carefully. You have learned all your paper 2 lesson already. Tonight, we sign a tenancy agreement. You are my landlord. I am your tenant. Inside the tenancy agreement, it was written everything. Everything, no. stated this, clause number 100, tenant must pay property tax. Tenant must pay property tax. But you have learned in your RES lesson, under Property Tax Act, who must pay property tax? Owner of the property, right? The law says like that, right? So now I have a question for you. You got problem, One, you have express term, one, you have implied term. Which one should you follow? Now I ask all of you for an opinion. Which one should you follow? Express, because you all two agree, man. So that's the answer, if you ask me, whether which one will prevail. So I think this will be one good example to explain. All right, on that. Okay, next question. If the battery is along the common corridor that both parties have to cross and enter their respective area, is it still considered trespassing? Well, it depends how you define it. You see, if let's say this corridor says that it's part of your 90%, then it's considered trespass. But if this corridor is a common, if this corridor is a common leeway, for example, the left is going to my office, the right is going to your office, this is a common one, can consider, I don't think it's considered as trespassing. Right. Now here, this corridor will be considered as a common bare license for everyone to walk. So that's the answer. Okay, so that's my overview on this topic for question 7. Question 8. Question 8. Under general circumstances, what can a landlord do should ABC not able to pay rent on time? Now, I quickly give you the answer first. This is general circumstances. All right. And what are they having earlier just now is license agreement. Remember, they are having license agreement. So the best answer for question 8 is either number 1, the landlord give a grace period. Tenant, I give you a grace period, paid up by next week. Number 2, charge late interest. Number 3, the next one is number 3. Next one is repossess the property. So the answer for question 8 is 1, 3, and 4. 1, 3, and 4. All right. Why you don't give notice to quit? Because give notice to quit is only applied to tenancy agreement. Right? This one is a license agreement. Question 7. The answer is D. None of the above. Question 7. The answer is D. None of the above. Question 8. Question 8 is C. Question 8 is C. All right. Question 8 is C. I think I want to summarize something. Please just don't go and memorize your answer. It will never be repeated as an exam question. My suggestion is read your notes and make sure you know how to apply the question. Please do not go and memorize whatever question we throw it to you. You go and memorize it. It doesn't work that way. Your examiner will make sure that you fail miserably if you use this method to study. All right. Okay. If presume is TA, then of course all the answer, all the above. Right. If it's presume is a tenancy agreement, then it's all the answer. Okay, let's move on to question 9. Question 9. Should ABC cannot pay rent? Should ABC cannot pay rent, but wish to assign a new tenant with landlord's approval? Does the new tenant require to follow the rules on no placement of hazardous object? Now, this one, let me briefly cover. I got some things that I need to talk about. In case you guys taking the exam, this is one of the favorite exam over the last 3 years have been constantly testing all of you. Privity of contract and privity of estate. Okay, so let me briefly tell you what you need to learn. I think time is constrained. I'm trying to end it within the next 15 minutes if possible. Now, let me give you an example first, quickly. So you bear with me. I will write something for all of you. Landlord and tenant today, when they sign a contract called tenancy agreement, both of them, take note, they have privity of contract. Right? They have privity of contract. Now, your lecturers could have told you that if, let's say, today the landlord has sold the property to a buyer, and what happened is the landlord and buyer also got privity of contract, right? Privity of contract. Now, the buyer and tenant now, they do not need to sign any contract. So no contract between buyer and tenant. Because of this principle, there is this principle called privity of estate exists, right? Privity of estate exists. What I'm trying to tell you is what is privity of estate means is like that. Originally, the tenant and landlord, they have a legal relationship, right? They have a legal relationship because of their contract. And this legal relationship, this legal interest, right, is being stretched and passed it on to the buyer. And so, if the buyer becomes the new owner, without signing contract with the tenant breach the contract, the buyer can still sue the tenant because of this principle called privity of contract. All right. So therefore, whenever whoever take over the new property, they have to follow the contract between landlord and tenant. It will pass on to the buyer. All right. So this is an overview that you have learned before. Now, at the same time, let me summarize by going through my own slides. At the same time today, whenever a landlord sign a contract with tenant A, and tenant A want to transfer the property to tenant B, right? And if let's say tenant B took over the property, didn't pay the landlord money, rental, the landlord can sue because there is a principle called privity of estate exists, where the legal interest originally tied between landlord and tenant A is stretched to tenant B. It's stretched to tenant B. All right. So that is the principle. Now, something very important recently, it came out in the exam. I need you to pay attention right now. Usually we don't go through this in class because we don't want to confuse you. Listen carefully right now. Listen carefully right now. Landlord and tenant, when they originally sign a tenancy agreement, they form a privity of contract. Take note. When both of them sign the tenancy agreement, privity of contract exists. At the same time, now I'm going to tell you, privity of estate also exists between the two of them, but it was invisible, so-called. It was invisible. All right, so take note on that. I want you to take note on this. This one came out in the exam. When the two original contract parties signed the contract, it came out in the last September exam paper. So do take note. Landlord and tenant, when they sign a contract, they have privity of contract. They also have privity of estate, but it was not mentioned. It was not mentioned because no need to mention, because there's two sides of them. Why should we mention about privity of estate? Now I'll tell you, because you have finished your course already, you should have revised it, right? You should have revised it. So that's the overview I want to highlight. So far, anybody don't understand what I'm talking about? How come so many messages? Oh, asking for questions, presume TA. Okay, this one we answer already, all the answers. Okay, if you guys want to register for revision class, go to our SEA website and register. If not, call them on Wednesday. Call them on Wednesday. All right, call them on Wednesday, including your paper one notes. All these, right? Please write to SEAA. Please write to SEA. Ask for the new one. You call them. Okay, you call them for that. Can you guys please? Can you copy down this diagram? Can you copy down this diagram for your exam? This one is a very new thing, but we don't like to teach in class. It will confuse a lot of people. So I want to highlight right now, originally landlord and tenant, when they sign a contract, they have privity of contract. They also have privity of estate. All right, we have that. Okay, so we are done with this illustration, and now we go back to our question 9. So our question 9, the answer is, since new tenant must still follow the rules, because the answer is B. Please take note. The answer is B. There is a privity of estate on this arrangement. Please take note. It's not about answer A. The best answer is B. This is the kind of exam question you'll be expecting. Please take note for question number 9. Question number 10. Question number 10. Hang on. I think there are some people asking some question. Okay, regarding, there was one question, why is state covenant, from Farhan, right? I have answered your question already, because of second paragraph stated that all the surrounding also must follow this rule. And it is a universal rule, so it must be come from our Singapore government, so it must be a state covenant. All right, on that. Okay, so I'm done this part already. So I think Jin Sen's question about express covenant and implied covenant I also answered already. So the rest of the question, I'm going to answer Sen Qing's question in regarding, there was one question. What is the difference between subletting and assignment? So now this is question 10. I'm going to answer your question as well together. So let's bear with me for another 5 more minutes. ABC Private Limited was signing a lease initially, if the question say, with CJ. And ABC Private Limited found a replacement tenant through a salesperson. New tenant take over the property by continuing the lease with the original terms and condition remain unchanged. What documents are they signing? ABC and new tenant sign. Now, the answer for this question is C. Deed of novation. So congratulations for some of you who answer this question. Now, this is the question I will answer Sen Qing's question on that, because you say there's a question on last exam. If A subletting to B, they have privity of contract or privity of estate. Now, let's go through this revision one round. What is assignment and what is a novation? Assignment, do they make use in this way? Landlord and tenant sign a contract of 5 years. The tenant cannot fulfill the 5 years contract, decided to change, get another tenant to replace. So he stayed there for 3 years and asked tenant B to take over. Now, assuming the landlord allows, what happened is the burden of this particular property, the legal burden of this property will remain with tenant A. But the benefits of this property will transfer to tenant B. This is what we call assignment. This is what we call assignment. 3-2, for example. Now, compared to novation, what happened? Same principle. They sign a 5 years contract. But this fella can only maintain 3 years and pass the 2 years. So the remaining 2 years, tenant B take over. This time round, the benefits and burden totally pass to tenant B. And therefore, tenant A totally wash hand. This is what we call novation. Now, this is the answer. All right, this is the answer. So, if you use the English word sublet, this is the part where just now we have covered this topic. Take note. Now you go through this. If a landlord rent out a property to tenant A, the tenant rent out partially the property to tenant B. First, landlord and tenant got privity of contract. Tenant A and tenant B got privity of contract. Landlord lent the property to A. A sublet the property to B. Under this case, please take note, whatever the legal obligation between A and B, all the obligations between landlord and A remains between the two of them. Next, A and B, they have a new contract. Obligations between A and B remains with A and B. So if you tell me this is your exam question, then this will be your answer. What's the difference between subletting? This is what we call subletting. Assignment is this diagram that I show you on the left. Right? Assignment is the one I show you on the left. Okay, so we are done with all the questions already. All right, we are done with all the questions already. Can go back to your drawing or not? The most last one, or my most last one, drawing. Okay, this is the drawing. Is this paper 1 or paper 2? Paper 1, I'm doing all the paper 1. Topic. I haven't started paper 2. Paper 2 is marked. Right? Which is tomorrow, right? If I'm not wrong. Which is tomorrow. So, where do you stand right now? You should know the exam is very deep. Right? The exam is very deep. Right? So you got another few more weeks to quickly study for it. All right, so do go and read more, especially my students. I recommend you guys all the textbook, right? Please go and read all the textbook. On that. Okay. Am I the only one who have case study 2? Oh, case study 2, we decided to abolish it. We got no time to cover, so we only follow on case study number 1. So those of you who are studying for November exam, congratulations, you still got time. So, but at least you know how the standard will be already. All right, Now, let me answer some of the questions first on the Q&A. Express authority and express actual authority the same? The answer is yes. They means the same under law of agency. Question from Kimberly. If a lease is $10,000 a month and is passed on to tenant B, but tenant B only wants to pay 8K a month and A still pay 2K, is it novation assignment, or sublet. By right, Kimberly, you need to add more information regarding this question, but generally the way I look at it is consider a sublet. The way I look at it is consider a sublet. All right, consider a sublet. Question about the escalator, I have answered already. It is a heritage called corporal heritage. All right, so take note on that. Next, question 10, which part indicates a novation? Oh, okay, this one good question. If you look at this question 10, right, they say the new tenant take over the property by continuing the lease with the original terms and condition remain unchanged. Whenever you have a contract with all the terms and conditions, the terms and conditions will spell out the benefits and burdens of the property. Both will transfer to the tenant. And therefore, this is the clue why this is under the answer deed of novation. All right. So that's the answer on that. Okay, so I'm done. Next, question number 9. Following the rules of 10% to be used by CJ, will that be a privity of contract? Question number 9. Following the 10% rule, should the ABC cannot pay rent but wish to assign? The answer is still privity of estate under this arrangement. Still privity of estate. Assign. The English word, please take note, your English word here is this word, assign. Assign, right? That's for Bridget's answer. If a statutory board like NESA cannot plant a tree above 2 meters, what is that? Simple. The answer is called restrictive covenants. Restrictive covenants. All right. Okay. Next. Any other questions? Steve can provide answer for case study number 2. I don't have my case study number 2 with me. You just ignore first. I think focus on case study number 1. Make sure how you know answer the question. Question number 10. Which word of the question mentioned burden is transferred to the new tenant? As I mentioned, question number 10, it is this phrase, terms and condition. A contract of a tenancy agreement always will spell out the terms and condition. The benefits and burden will definitely totally transfer to the new tenant. All right, you must know the principle on that. Okay, any other doubts? What is the tips to focus on the exam? Simple, study all the topics. You have no shortcut. You have no shortcut. My recommendation again, for some of you before you leave, right? I think my recommendation is please read this textbook. I'm going to show you the textbook right now. Give me a second. Please go and get these 2 textbooks. These 2 textbooks. Hey, where's my lesson? Oh, sorry. I can't share it out. Please go and get these 2 textbooks. That's my recommendation. All right. If you are going to prepare for paper 1 exam question, I strongly suggest read this textbook. Read this textbook. What am I going to teach in your revision class? Simple. We are going to go through a lot of questions, and then we're going to go through your lesson and tell you why the answer is like that. Break down how you break down those tricky questions in our revision class. All right, in our revision class. Okay, hang on. Express versus implied authority. There are 2 different law of agency authority. One is mentioned and written. The other one is by action, conduct. Implied authority is based on conduct. Okay, next. If ABC cannot pay rent, then what's the burden does he bear in the assignment? Being sued, the burden is he's being sued by the landlord. So that's the answer. What is a subsale? A subsale means you selling a property before you collect the key, you already sold to another person. That's the meaning of subsale. Next, there is a proper privity of contract between tenant and subtenant? Yes, always they have a contract. They must have a contract. Unless you prove otherwise, they don't have. Then there is no privity of contract. Okay. Now, for Ken who put up the non-peculiar consideration, that is only apply for D. All right, that is apply for D. Okay. If a statue is on its own. Okay, let me see what question was being asked. If statue is resting on its own weights in an owner house, is it considered a fixture or fittings? Sean, this question need to add more information before I can answer. So my recommendation is when you can find out more details, use the two tests to determine it, degree and purpose of annexation. So this question don't have more info. I can't answer your question on that. All right. I don't have answers for case study number 2 at this moment. So I can't give you an answer at this moment. All right. Subsale means the assignment is done after SMP is exercised. Subsale means you are selling a property before you have collected the keys. Meaning you are buying from the owner. You are A. Before you collect the keys, you already sell to B. That's the answer for subsale. All right, so make it. Regarding your previous lecturer notes, I have no comment on that. I think you can still access to our SEAA main notes, right? You can use that for your reference. Otherwise, because you are taking exam, I strongly suggest maybe read these 2 textbooks. That will be more helpful if you are taking the exam. Okay, next. Tenant and subtenant, just now I answered already. Whether they have privity of contract or not depends whether they got contract or not. If they have contract, then they have privity of contract. All right. In the example that you drew, how would privity of estate be like? Privity of estate looks like that. I'll just give you a simple illustration. Both landlord and tenant originally, they have a privity of contract. The legal interest between A and landlord and tenant A stretch to B. As a result, if tenant B and landlord breach, both parties can sue easily. So you can't draw it out. How to draw it is not so-called drawable. It is a principal stick between this fella and then it's stretched to this fella. All right, so that's my answer for you. Okay. Any other question? How is the section C? Short answer, 1 word, 2 word question. Short answer, 1 word, 2 word question. All right. So go and read that textbook. Now go and read that textbook. Any more revision for paper 1 after this? The only one I know is on Sunday. I don't know any other things already. All right. Will an easement get extinguished when either dominant or servant sell their land? The answer is no, it will not be extinguished. It will be remain. Otherwise, it will not call proprietary interest for nothing. All right. Subsale not before CSC. Subsale is always before TOP. Subsale is always before TOP. Are you able to share my notes? My notes is meant for teaching one. In fact, it's your SEA notes. It's the same SEA notes. You go to the SEA notes, the Google Drive, and download the other set of notes. If you are from the other lecturer who is teaching you, right, you just download the other set of notes. Whatever I have shown you, you will see over there. All right. Does subsale apply to completed property or uncompleted? It applies to both. It applies to both property. All right. Next, if it's not developer, it will be resale, right? Please take note. Do not mix up the word subsale and resale. Resale property means you are selling the property because this property already received CSC and TOP, and the owner just sell to you. That's it, the buyer, nothing else.
Subsale means you are buying a property from owner, and then before you collect the key, before you get your title deed, before you get your CSC, before you get your TOP, you already sold it away. So that is the meaning of subsale. All right. So that's the meaning. Okay. Any more questions? Any more questions? Is NCA conducting a chargeable revision class? The answer is yes, they are. So you have to check with them. All right, you got to check with them. I think I'm being told it was a Sunday. I'm being told it was a Sunday. All right. Any other questions? Wow, looks like there is. Okay, I saw a few. I'll answer. Thank you. On very much. Of course, if some of you don't have any things already, I think you can email. You can log out. I'll answer some of the questions first. How is a non-anchor tenant defined? Very easy. Non-anchor tenant usually occupy a lesser small space or GFA in the whole building, and they do not have commanding power to bargain for their contract. So anchor tenants are the one that occupy big space, usually more than 50% of the building. So that is the define of anchor tenant. So non-anchor tenant, usually they are small space. So that's the answer, right? So they don't have any bargaining power with the developer or the landlord. Question: if the item enhance value of property like gold fountain, is it a fixture? Now, if you use the word enhance the value, like Tasha's answer, then the answer is yes. The answer is yes. All right, done. Can periodic lease less than 6 months for HDB resale flat? The answer is no, because it breached HDB rules and regulation. That is for your paper 2 topic. All right, that is for your paper 2 topic. What's the difference between differential premium, lease premium, and building premium? Wow, a lot of difference. Wendy, this one you got to read SLA website to elaborate further. Differential premium is used for top-up lease 99 years. Lease premium is for Singapore government renting a long-term land to a tenant and charge a lease premium. Building premium sometimes is applied for old building where they're going to refurbish. They will, the government will tax them a building premium. So that's the short answer. But if you want to know more detail, please go to SLA website. Please go to SLA website and read the FAQ. Need to memorize stuff like plot size of the residential development for the paper 1. The answer is yes. So that's Jamie's answer. You got to remember that numbers. All right. How many % to pass paper 1? Please try to score as much as possible. Minimum is 60 marks, but they have moderation. So according to my student, they say that they really got moderation. So please aim more than 60 marks. My recommendation, please go and aim 75, then you can pass this paper. All right. How soon do you know whether will pass or fail? Simple, depends on CEA. Usually it's about 1.5 months, right? Usually 1.5 months. All right. So 75 to pass only. I don't know lah. I only can tell you the official marks is 60 marks lah, but we know that there's moderation. So we always tell our students to aim higher. So those students who aim about 75 marks one, usually they pass the exam. That's what I know. All right, that's what I know. Officially is 60 marks. I assure you officially is 60 marks, but we suspect got moderation. So we always recommend you to aim 75. All right. Okay. So, but that one was given as an example in our notes. Oh, your notes part, right, Nico? I think please check with NCAA on that. I couldn't advise you further on this. All right. I thought subsale is before CSC and not TOP. I found a guru link citing UARA and mentioned this before. Okay. I repeat one more time, Ken, please take note the definition. The definition is always like that. If you buy a property from a buyer, irregardless whether you get CSC or TOP or not, when you sell to a second buyer before even you collect the key, before even you collect the title of the property, it is called subsale. All right, it is called subsale. Okay, time's up. Any more question to ask? I'm going to charge $50 per question already. It's getting late. I also don't want to delay everyone. I wish you guys all the best for your exam. And hoping, of course, if you feel uncomfortable and uneasy because of tonight's lesson, you're always welcome to attend the revision class, which conducted by myself and Mark. So I hope you guys pass all the exam, and good luck and stay healthy, more importantly. Any other things? Final question. Might be a repeat one. Section C, is it long answer or short answer question? Jeremy, the answer is a 1 word or 2 words or sometimes maximum 4 words answer. That's it. But most of the time, I think it's 1 and 2 words answer. Fill in the blanks. Yes, fill in the blanks. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night's sleep. I think you guys can safely log out already. Good luck for your exam. Administrator, anything, any issues? All right. Don't. Let me do something. I mean, please do not log out first. Oh. Do not log out first. How to register for the revision class? I think go to SEA website. If not, call SEA on Wednesday. All right, call them on. Where is the thing that I want to check? How come I don't have? Okay, so I got it already. If the website currently don't have, I think you wait for the reply. I think they should have set it up. Anyway, you wait for our administrator. They will send you an email. Those of you who participated tonight, I think they will send you an email. Is the exam UTEM claimable? Sorry, I can't answer you this question. I think you got to get the SEA administrator to advise you. So I really don't know. Sorry. Can I double check the format of the paper? Section A, multiple choice. Section B, multiple choice. Section C, fill in the blanks. Section B is a case study, right? I can't seem to reopen the notes on Google Drive. Is there any issue? Okay, Farhan, I think you got to write to SEAA. I will not have this answer for you. It's an administrator matters. I don't have an answer for that, right? So I think you got to write to SEAA. Paper 1 and paper 2, same format? Yes, same format. Revision for paper 1 will be one Sunday, one full day, and Monday night, 7 to 10. 7 to 10. Paper 2 from, if I'm not wrong, I think it's next week, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, 3 nights, if I'm not wrong. So that was, I think that double check with SEA, double check with SEA on that. Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Don't have. Okay, so I wish you guys all the best. My remaining students, please, you know what I want. When you come out from the exam, please give me some of your exam questions. I really don't know what was being tested. So you guys want me to help. I also need you guys to feedback all this info. All right, please, my fellow student, please at least remember some good question, very tough one, and you send it to me. You send it to me, and let me know. I really appreciate it. So thank you for your contribution. You contribute, I also contribute during the revision class. So it's a two-way helping all of you. Two-way helping all of you on that. Sure give, you say one, thank you, I will remember, you don't give me, I will next time see you hum you guys for sure. Okay, so I wish you guys all the best. So study hard. I think you guys please go through all the things that we ask you to read. We ask you to read. Must be fierce now lah. Now you're having exam. We must take cane and whip already. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. I mean, I think you can take over already. Nothing much from the student already. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Lock out. Be safe. Generally be safe. Administrator. You need me to do anything or you have anything to talk to me? Yes. Okay. I mean, should be sleeping already lah, because my lesson was very boring lah. Okay. All right. Nothing much. Okay. You guys can safely log out. See you guys. Take care.